Chapter 2344. Those who came this time were not ordinary people. They were all elite powerhouses. If they attacked together, even peerless kings would not be able to resist them. But now they were being killed until they screamed in pain. Lin Xian waved his ancient sword. Every time his sword fell, a martial artist would fall. Every time the green dragon formed by the dragon's sword realm swung its tail, many powerhouses would be sent flying. Some of the weaker ones were even turned into blood mist. Not only that, but the goddess of ice also appeared on Lin Xian's body. The terrifying ice wings flapped, and dozens of kings were frozen in the void. Hellfire spread out, and countless powerhouses were wrapped in flames. They screamed in pain. In the end, they were turned into ashes. Not good. He was too strong. The martial artists from those families screamed crazily as they were killed. The people from the Deity dynasty roared crazily. Attack! They must not let him escape. This time, they had come with the conviction to kill the other party. How could they allow the other party to escape? Although the other party was strong, they had many people this time. Even if they had to fight, they had to kill him. Boom! 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 The powerhouses from the Deity dynasty quickly set up a formation. Not only that, but the martial artists from the Tang family and the Castellan mansion also set up terrifying killing formations. They had no choice but to join forces. Otherwise, they would not be able to do anything to the other party. In the sky, formations appeared one after another, emitting dazzling rays of light. They enveloped the entire heaven and earth, and a terrifying power pierced through the 9 heavens. The Castellan mansion set up the Green Lotus sword formation. 64 powerhouses stood in 8 directions, each holding a green sword. Sword chi surrounded their bodies, forming a huge lotus that rotated in the sky. The Tang family set up the vine snake battle. 72 soaring snakes danced in the sky like divine rainbows, suppressing all directions. They kept moving, spitting out divine light that scattered in front of them. The powerhouses from the Deity dynasty were even more impressive. Although they only sent 36 people, they set up the famous 8 Desolation blazing fire formation. 8 Desolation blazing fire, burning everything. The 36 powerhouses were all experts of the fire element. At this moment, they joined forces to set up a peerless formation. They swore to refine Lin Xian. A terrifying array formation appeared in the sky, covering the 9 heavens. The powerful aura made the people in the distance tremble. The crimson dragon also frowned. He roared, swung his tail, and wanted to help. Roar! However, at that moment, the purple-winged soaring snake blocked their path. The purple wings were like heavenly blades, constantly attacking. As a result, the crimson dragon was unable to provide support. Although the purple-winged soaring snake was inferior to the crimson dragon in terms of bloodline power, it was still very powerful. Therefore, when the two were combined, they were evenly matched. Haha, little brat, go to hell! The people of the Deity dynasty were the first to attack. The 36 fire element powerhouses attacked together, forming a terrifying sea of fire between heaven and earth, burning fiercely. The raging Inferno 8 Desolation Array was a famous array in ancient times. At this moment, when it was used, its power was terrifying beyond compare. In an instant, Lin Xian was sent flying. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. The bones in his body were almost broken, and the blood in his body was roiling. He had to admit that the raging Inferno 8 Desolation Array was too terrifying. On the other side, the soaring snake array was also activated. Dozens of soaring snakes danced in the air, as if they were real primordial monsters, emitting terrifying power. They directly crashed into the space where Lin Xian was. Countless sword screens appeared on Lin Xian's body to resist. Even so, he was still blasted back 20,000 miles. Just as he stopped, the Green Lotus sword array of the city, Lord's Mansion, was also activated. In the sky, countless sword chi surged, forming a huge green lotus that pressed down from the sky. The green lotus spun rapidly, slashing out thousands of sword chi. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying sword chi completely pierced through the entire space. Lin Xian was sent flying again. His injuries were even more serious. However, his eyes were extremely bright. The longevity incantation in his body was activated, quickly healing his injuries. At the same time, the dragon sword soul kept roaring, and Lin Xian's combat strength soared again. A sword chi armor appeared on his body, and the dragon sword realm floated above his head. Kid, you're no match for us at all. Kneel down obediently. The powerhouses of the Tai dynasty snorted, and the other martial artists of the city lord's mansion and the Tung family also sneered. We've finally injured this kid. It's really not easy. However, when they thought about it, the other party would definitely not be able to resist their 3 killing formations. You want me to admit defeat? With just these 3 great killing formations, they were still far from enough. Lin Xian snorted and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The light in his eyes became even brighter. You're courting death. Since that's the case, don't blame us. Hearing the other party's words, the powerhouses of the Tai dynasty snorted and activated the 8 wilderness blazing fire array again. Boom! Boom! Terrifying flames raged out. The 36 fire element powerhouses were extremely powerful. In an instant, the sea of fire that filled the sky once again enveloped Lin Xian. Boom! Today, I'll let you know what the real 8 wilderness blazing fire is. Lin Xian roared angrily, and the hellfire on his body burned fiercely. Then it quickly condensed and rolled behind him. Then it formed a black fire dragon. This black fire dragon was very ferocious, and what was even more strange was that it had 8 heads arranged in a row. It was very terrifying. 8 wilderness blazing dragon, burn for me. Boom! 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 The 8 heads of the black fire dragon roared together, then opened their bloody mouths and spat out black flames that filled the sky. In an instant, it collided with the other party's flames. The 2 forces collided in the air. Damn it, destroy it! On the opposite side, the 36 fire element powerhouses roared together. On Lin Xian's side, the great dragon sword soul roared crazily. Boom! Boom! In the end, the 2 flames exploded in the sky, forming a huge black hole that devoured the surroundings. The 36 fire element powerhouses kept retreating, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. On the other side, Lin Xian also retreated a few thousand meters, his face pale. What? He actually blocked the 8 wilderness blazing fire ray. He blocked such a terrifying formation alone. In the distance, the people who were watching the battle went crazy. They were all martial artists from the other families. At this moment, under the power of the 3 killing formations, they could only hide in the distance and watch the battle. However, when they saw this scene, they all went crazy. Not only them, but the people from the Tung family and the city, Lord's mansion, were also stunned. They knew that they couldn't stay any longer and had to attack with all their might. Kid, go to hell. In the sky, 72 vine snakes danced, and the terrifying power shattered the void. On the other side, the terrifying green lotus soared chi slashed down, piercing through everything. The 2 killing formations once again enveloped Lin Xian. It's just a vine snake. How dare it compete with a giant dragon? Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and the dragon's sword domain above his head trembled rapidly. Then, 81 giant dragons were drawn out. These were 81 giant golden dragons, each of which was 1,000 meters long. Their huge bodies covered the sky, and the golden scales on their bodies shone brightly. They carried a terrifying impact of power and coercion. Chapter 2345. Each of the 81 golden dragons was 1,000 meters long. Their huge bodies covered the sky, and the golden scales on their bodies shone brightly. They carried with them a terrifying force. Roar, roar. They were formed by the great dragon sword soul, so they had the true might of a dragon. As soon as the 81 golden dragons appeared, they roared in the void. Buzz! They charged toward the 72 soaring serpents. Boom! 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 The 72 soaring serpents could not withstand it at all and exploded in the air, forming a mist that filled the sky. The 72 powerhouses of the tongue family also vomited blood and were sent flying. They smashed mountains and rivers and split open the void. The 2 killing formations were destroyed, and only the green lotus sword chi above their heads was left. You want to compete with me in sword technique? You're too inexperienced. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been practicing the sword path. Moreover, he had the terrifying great dragon sword soul. How could these people defeat him in sword technique? In the next moment, 108,000 swords rushed out of his body and condensed in the sky, forming a terrifying giant sword that slashed down. Boom! Boom! The green lotus was instantly split open, and countless green sword chi flew out. The 36 sword path powerhouses also vomited blood. The long swords in their hands were broken in half. Terrifying! It was too terrifying. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. They could not believe that a young man could fight against 3 killing formations. It was too unbelievable. Next, it's my turn to attack. Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly charged over. His speed was too fast and had reached an extreme. In an instant, he arrived in front of the Sword Kings in the governor's residence. He kept waving the ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand. No, those people's pupils constricted as they screamed crazily. However, in the next moment, there was no sound. In the sky, 36 sword lights lit up, and then 36 heads flew into the sky. The terrifying corpses fell, and blood sprayed all over the ground. He killed 36 sword path powerhouses with a single sword strike. This scene caused everyone to be alarmed, especially the martial artists of the Tai dynasty and the Tang family. They retreated crazily. In the distance, more powerhouses came to support them. However, Lin Xian's demigods and semi-devils was too fast. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the people from the Tai dynasty. Behind him, the huge head of the 8 Desolation Fire Dragon kept roaring and spewing out black hellfire. The fire elemental almighties teaming up? Kill me? Let me have a taste of being burned by fire. The 8 fire dragon heads spat out flames that filled the sky, completely engulfing the 36 fire elemental mighty figures. Cries of agony rang out one after another. The bodies of these fire elemental powerhouses were filled with brilliant light as they tried to fight back. However, it was impossible to do so. In the end, they were burned to ashes and scattered in the air. No, damn it, how could he be so strong? Countless people exclaimed in disbelief. The reason for that was because his opponent's battle prowess was simply too terrifying. It made them all tremble. The members of the Teng family were even more terrified. They wanted to escape. The living fossils of the Teng clan also wanted to attack, but Lin Xian turned his head and stared at them. This time, he did not use his movement technique. Instead, he extended his palm. His palm stretched out and covered the world. The terrifying palm was vast and boundless, covering the entire sky. Not only that, but the finger was like a divine pillar that reached the sky. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around it, emitting a mysterious aura. It was as if a real universe was pressing down from the sky. Sun, moon, divine palm. God, how could he know the Teng clan's divine ability? The members of the Teng clan went crazy. They were all so scared that they almost peed their pants. The living fossil of the Teng clan was even more stunned. He could not understand how the other party knew his ultimate move. Moreover, the power seemed to be even more terrifying than his. Damn it, who is this brat? Who is he? He roared crazily. In the next moment, the living fossil also used the Sun-Moon Divine Palm to fight back. In the sky, the two Sun-Moon Divine Palms collided, forming a terrifying force that could destroy the universe. It directly killed the 72 powerhouses of the Tang clan. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and retracted his palm. The living fossil's expression was extremely ugly. He originally wanted to save people, but he did not expect that not a single one of them would succeed. 72 elite powerhouses were directly killed in front of him. Ah, damn brat, I want you to die. The living fossil of the Tang clan roared at the sky. His white hair danced wildly, and he looked extremely demonic. With just you, your qi and blood have dried up, and you're about to die. You're no match for me. Lin Xian snorted coldly and looked down. Then his gaze passed through the layers of light and the endless void and stared at a figure on the spirit ship in the distance. Xianying, get over here and die. Xianying, that's right, it's him. He started from the Tai dynasty and chased them all the way to the Jili dynasty. Throughout the entire process, the other party was leading the team. How could Lin Xian not be angry? Therefore, he decided that no matter what, he had to kill the other party. Seeing this scene, everyone was bewildered. However, General Xianying snorted coldly. You want to fight me with just you? You're overestimating yourself. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. How could a brat be qualified to make him attack? On the other side, the living fossil of the Tang clan was so angry that he vomited blood. He was despised. He was actually despised by a brat. This was intolerable. In the next moment, he roared angrily and quickly charged over. He wanted to use the other party's blood to defend his dignity. A purple light flew out, lit up from the snake-headed walking stick, and charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian flipped his hand, and a terrifying sword light directly shattered the sky. It drowned the purple light. Then he slashed out dozens of sword chi again and charged towards the living fossil. The living fossil elder had already recovered from his injuries after using the secret medicinal pills. However, his strength was still much weaker than before. When the others saw this scene, they frowned, especially General Xianying. His face was gloomy and his gaze was cold. Damn it, this brat has been fighting for so long. Why hasn't his strength weakened at all? Instead, he's getting stronger. How much spiritual power does he have in his body? The other powerhouses also noticed this. This was too shocking. Although the other party had the combat strength of a peerless mighty figure, his true cultivation base was not that of a peerless mighty figure. He was just an ordinary mighty figure. How could the other party's spiritual power storage be so much? Forget it. Let's kill him together. A long night might cause trouble. General Xianying snorted and prepared to attack. On the other side, a black-clothed woman also walked out of the governor's residence. She still had her elegance. At this moment, she was holding a black longsword, and her body was filled with killing intent. She was a powerhouse from the governor's residence. She was a peerless mighty figure, Hong Xinyang. At this moment, she also swayed her waist and walked out. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two peerless powerhouses moved and charged forward. Boom! In front, Lin Xian and the living fossil were locked in a fierce battle. However, at this moment, Lin Xian suddenly frowned, and a strong sense of danger appeared in his eyes. Next, he no longer paid attention to the Tang clan's living fossil and turned around to quickly retreat. Chapter 2346. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the space where he was originally standing shattered. The terrifying power destroyed everything. The aftermath of this energy hit Lin Xian's body, causing him to keep retreating. Damn it! Lin Xian frowned, his eyes cold. That was because he realized that there were two more figures in front of him. One was General Xianying, and the other was a woman in a black dress. The other party's aura was also very strong, reaching the level of a peerless almighty. 3 peerless almighties actually joined forces to attack. This made Lin Xian encounter the most dangerous moment in history. Let's join forces. General Xian Ying held the halberd in his hand and stood in the void like a demon god. Hearing this, Hong Xinyang and the living fossil elder nodded. Among them, the living fossil snorted coldly, and a ferocious snake head mark appeared on his head. Then scales appeared on his body. A terrifying power was rapidly recovering. Boom! 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 Everyone looked over. Then they were shocked. Even Lin Xian frowned because he realized that the living fossil elder had undergone a shocking change. His body was no longer short and withered. Instead, he straightened his back and became abnormally tall. His withered skin was also full of luster. His old face became incomparably handsome. Not only that, his white hair became incomparably black, like 3,000 waterfalls dancing wildly in the wind. An old man with one foot in the grave instantly turned into a young man with a heroic bearing. He looked extremely valiant. The muscles all over his body were filled with explosive power. The surrounding king almighty sucked in a breath of cold air. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be difficult for them to imagine that the handsome young man in front of them was actually an old man. Moreover, he was an old man who had lived for more than 3,000 years. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? Rejuvenation. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew that the other party should have used some kind of forbidden power. It caused his body to temporarily reach its peak state. It seemed that the other party was going to go all out. Lin Xian's expression was very ugly. He could still fight against a living fossil. He was confident in fighting one-on-one against General Xianing. However, with 3 peerless experts attacking together, the pressure on him would increase exponentially. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He took out a large amount of spirit herbs from the black earth and quickly swallowed them. Then he tossed 2 divine crystals into his domain and quickly absorbed them. The art of longevity circulated his cultivation to replenish the energy he had consumed. The 2 divine crystals instantly turned into energy and poured into his body, causing his aura to erupt once again, reaching its peak. This brat, what extravagant means. 2 divinity crystals and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures had raised him to the peak of his combat strength in an instant. Heavens, he was so rich. After killing him, he must have a lot of treasures on him. The crowd in the distance discussed animatedly. General Xianing and the other 2 narrowed their eyes. The other party had actually recovered to his peak state in an instant, which was indeed beyond their expectations. But so what? With the 3 of them working together, even a dragon would have to crouch. They did not believe that the other party would be able to stir up any waves. Kid, do you have any last words? General Xian Ying looked forward. Why? Do you think you can defeat me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although the situation was critical now, it was not fatal. One had to know that he had many trump cards in his hands, so he was not afraid at all. Nonsense. Do you think you have a chance to turn the tables? On the other side, Hong Xinyang also snorted in disdain. The living fossil elder sneered. Brat, I'll show you my true power today. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, the living fossil elder of the Tongue family took the initiative to attack. The purple light condensed and formed a terrifying light that surged forward. It was like a stormy sea. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. Obviously, after the living fossil elder turned into a young man's body, his strength and speed had increased greatly compared to before. It seemed that this was the other party's peak combat strength. Humph! Seeing the other party's attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He clenched his left fist, turned it into a black sun, and blasted it forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge crack appeared in the terrifying space and spread in all directions. As for the almighty kings who were watching, they screamed and fell to the ground. Some of them even exploded into blood mist because they were too close. It could not be helped. This was a peerless attack, and it was very terrifying. Those almighty kings could not withstand it at all. The two of them attacked, and the two palms collided in the air. It was difficult to determine the winner. At this moment, Generals Xianying and Hong Xinyang made their move. The two of them would not just watch the battle. Instead, they were going to attack and kill the other party. Boom! The halberd danced in the air, turned into a sharp light, and descended from the sky. It was like a thunderbolt trying to split Lin Xian apart. On the other side, Hong Xinyang waved her black longsword, forming a powerful killing intent. The terrifying swordlight directly pierced through the void, stabbing towards Lin Xian's vital point. Both of them were peerless powerhouses. At this moment, the power of their attacks was very terrifying. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he still felt a strong sense of danger. He did not want to continue fighting. His body swayed, and he dodged Hong Xinyang's sword chi. However, the halberd above his head smashed down like a mountain. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand, and a blue shield flew out, blocking in front of him. Previously, he had killed countless powerful enemies and collected their storage rings. He had a lot of weapons in his hands. This blue shield was a top-grade Earth-rank artifact. Clang! The halberd hit the blue shield, and a shocking sound was heard. Countless spatial cracks spread out, and Lin Xian was pushed back by the huge force. The blue shield in front of him was also sent flying. Kid, in front of us, you're not a match at all. General Xianying snorted, and then the three peerless powerhouses attacked again. Lin Xian fought 1 against 3. The sky fell and the earth cracked, and the sun and moon lost their light. The area within a radius of 100,000 miles was destroyed. The sky was filled with light as if it was the end of the world. Boom! Boom! However, Lin Xian was at a disadvantage, and the situation was very dangerous. It could not be helped. Although he was a young genius, he was still too young, only in his 20s. Among the 3 opponents, one was an old monster who had lived for more than 3,000 years, and the other 2 were peerless powerhouses who had lived for more than 1,000 years. When the 3 of them joined forces, it could be said to be very terrifying. Lin Xian could be said to be very heaven-defying for being able to hold on until now. However, he was still injured. The blue shield was directly shattered into pieces. He was severely injured, and a few of his ribs were broken. He vomited blood and was sent flying. Humph! How dare you attack the 3 of us? You overestimate yourself. Chapter 2347. Humph! How dare you attack the 3 of us? You overestimate yourself. Red Xinyang sneered. The powerhouses hundreds of thousands of miles away gasped when they saw this scene. It was too shocking. The 3 peerless powerhouses could suppress everything when they joined forces. That kid is definitely dead. That's right, he's done for this time. Just wait. Once I catch him, I'll definitely let him have a taste of what it's like to live a life worse than death. Don't worry, he'll end up very miserably. Cold laughter could be heard. Xiao Xuanzi. On the other battlefield, the Crimson Dragon was also furious when he saw the scene. He did not expect that the 3 peerless powerhouses would attack together. He felt danger. He had to help. So in the next moment, he wanted to leave this place. However, the purple vine snake blocked his way. A hint of mockery appeared in its cold eyes. You want to leave? You'll have to get past me first. However, you won't be able to get past me. The purple vine snake also spoke human language. Damn you! Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? The Crimson Dragon was also furious. Previously, I didn't kill you because you have some bloodline with the Dragon Clan. However, you don't know what's good for you. In that case, don't blame Ben Huang for starting a massacre. Humph! You want to kill me? How naive! The purple-winged snake sneered and turned its huge head. I admit that your bloodline power is very strong. However, my strength far surpasses yours. It's not certain who will kill who. At the end of its sentence, its huge eyes emitted a cold light. With your blood, perhaps my bloodline can evolve again. So, go to hell obediently. The purple-winged snake had actually set its sights on the crimson dragon. That was because he realized that the other party's bloodline power was purer than his. It was closer to the dragon clan. If he consumed that bloodline, he might be able to progress in the direction of the dragon clan. In the next moment, the purple wings flapped, forming two huge purple tornadoes that swept forward. Purple demon stormed die. The two purple tornadoes danced. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet tall and thousands of meters in diameter. Wherever they passed, mountains and rivers split open and forests were destroyed. Endless cracks appeared on the ground. Two purple tornadoes instantly enveloped the crimson dragon. Ding ding dang dang. The sound of an intense collision rang out, and a hint of anger appeared in the dark red dragon's eyes. Courting death. See if Ben Huang doesn't tear you apart. As he spoke, he waved his dragon claws and tore the entire void apart. The purple storm that filled the sky was instantly torn apart. Back. With a roar, he charged over. This time, the crimson dragon was really angry. The battle between the two caused mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. That scene was in no way inferior to that of Lin Xian and the others. In fact, it was even more violent. Boom! In the ruins far away, the sky was filled with rubble as Lin Xian stood up. His clothes were torn apart, revealing the armor underneath. The blood at the corner of his mouth was exceptionally glaring. Clearly, the previous attack had injured him, but fortunately it wasn't that serious. Moreover, with the super recovery technique of the art of longevity, Lin Xian's life wasn't in danger. However, the scene in front of him made him feel threatened. The three powerhouses were very powerful together. He had to break the balance. Lin Xian looked into the distance. The crimson dragon and the purple vine snake were fighting fiercely. It seemed that the crimson dragon wouldn't be able to make a move for the time being. The snow-white monkey was very fast and had the teleportation skill, but it could only sneak attack. There were three of them, so it wasn't very effective. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't intend to use it. Lin Xian decided to unlock the first seal of the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. Buzz. 9 mysterious runes. When the first rune was unlocked, the ancient Dragon Abyss sword became extremely sharp. Lin Xian's aura also suddenly skyrocketed. He was like a sword god as he charged over in large strides. There was something wrong with that long sword. Seeing this scene, the living fossil quickly reminded him. Previously, he was injured by the other party's sword, so he was very cautious when he saw the scene. This was because he wouldn't use the same move twice. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed out 3 sword qis, slashing forward. The terrifying sword lights slashed at the 3 people in front of him. He had indeed become stronger. General Shenying looked at the incoming sword qis and didn't dodge. Instead, he waved his Fangtian halberd and quickly resisted them. With a boom, heaven and earth shook. The sword qis in the sky were instantly cut in half. General Shenying was so powerful. The martial artists in the distance exclaimed when they saw this scene. The living fossil of the Tongue family roared and slapped out with his purple palm. It was like the hand of a demon king, shattering the terrifying sword qis. On the other hand, Hong Xinyang's body swayed. She didn't resist. However, she slashed out a sword light with her backhand and slashed forward. Whoosh! Lin Xian swayed and instantly dodged Hong Xinyang's sword light. He charged forward. His target was still the living fossil of the Tongue family. This was because he could tell that although the living fossil of the Tongue family was powerful, he had the most flaws. Firstly, the other party had been injured previously. Although he had recovered, he was still far from being at his peak. Secondly, the other party was too old. It could be said that the qi and blood in his body had dried up. Although he had forcefully used a secret technique to raise himself to his peak state, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to get rid of the living fossil first. Buzz! His body flashed in the air like lightning and instantly arrived near the living fossil. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand danced crazily. A terrifying sword chi slashed forward. This sword chi was even more powerful than before. It was obvious that Lin Xian was only confusing the other party and didn't use his true strength. Now, the power of the ancient dragon abyss sword erupted. What? The living fossil of the Tung family had a gloomy look on his face. Then he was furious. The other party was looking for him again. What does this mean? Does he think that I'm the weakest among the three? He couldn't tolerate that. In the next moment, he roared and slapped out 18 purple palms in a row. They were like 18 mountains that surrounded the field in the air. They collided with the sword chi that filled the sky. An intense collision rang out. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Attack! I absolutely can't let that brat succeed. General Xianying shouted coldly. He held his halberd and charged over. On the side, Hong Xinyang's figure swayed and disappeared like a ghost. They didn't intend to give Lin Xian a chance to fight alone. In an instant, the two of them arrived in front of Lin Xian again. This time, Lin Xian ignored the two of them. Two sword chi rushed out of his body and turned into two figures that looked exactly like him. Then he cooperated with the dragon's sword domain and fought against General Xianying and Hong Xinyang. This was the clone technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to simulate it. He hoped that he could resist for a while. He knew that although this divine ability was powerful, it couldn't completely resist the other party. However, he just needed a bit of time. Chapter 2348. After doing that, Lin Xian's eyes emitted a sharp light, and various divine abilities rushed towards the living fossil elder. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. For killer moves, Sea God's Ice, Hellfire, and Terrifying Lightning. In an instant, the place where the living fossil elder was completely annihilated. Boom! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The living fossil elder also did his best to counterattack. However, the other party's methods were too fierce. For a moment, he was beaten back and vomited blood. Ah! The living fossil elder roared crazily. He was about to go crazy. His heart was filled with killing intent for the other party to treat him like this. In the next moment, he waved his snake-headed walking stick and used the Tung family's great divine ability to fight back. On his body, the illusory image of 9 soaring snakes appeared, cooperating with him to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian sneered. His figure changed and instantly retreated far away. The 2 clones he sent out had been killed by General Xianying and Hong Xinyang, so he would not continue to fight with them. As expected, the 2 clones were killed. General Xianying and Hong Xinyang stared at Lin Xian with lightning eyes. The 3 of them joined forces again. Humph! Looking at the 3 of them, Lin Xian sneered. Above him, the dragon's sword domain directly enveloped General Xianying. As for the demon-slaying sword formation, it restrained Hong Xinyang. This time, the living fossil elder was once again alone. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed a few times. The terrifying sword chi was like a long river, slashing over, courting death. The living fossil elder was already prepared. He waved his snake-headed walking stick and destroyed everything. However, in the next moment he screamed in pain. That was because he felt that the soul in his body was burning. The pain was 10 times, no, 100 times more painful than the previous injuries he suffered. Damn it, it's another soul attack. The living fossil elder was about to go crazy. He had seen the other party's illusion before, so there was a purple mark on his forehead for defense. However, he did not expect the other party to have an even stranger attack. It could actually burn his soul. This made his face full of horror. In an instant, he was injured. In fact, he did not even want to fight anymore. Because his soul was damaged, it was very troublesome to recover. He had swallowed a large number of pills, but it was only enough to stop his injuries from worsening. However, It was impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. More importantly, he did not have much vitality left. Even if he maintained such a youthful and vigorous state, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Initially, he thought that the three of them would be able to take down the other party quickly, but now it seemed that it was impossible. In the next moment, he retreated rapidly. Lin Xian did not give chase because General Xianing and Hong Xinyang had charged out again. Although the whole process seemed to take a long time, it was actually only a matter of a few seconds. The dragon sword domain and the demon-slaying sword formation could only block General Xianing and the others for about 5 seconds. Any longer and it would be impossible, unless Lin Xian did it himself. However, 5 seconds was enough for a prodigy like Lin Xian to do a lot of things. Just like now, in just 3 seconds, he had injured the living fossil elder. In the distance, the Tang family's martial artists roared madly. That was because they realized that the living fossil elder was truly in a miserable state. His clothes were tattered, his expression was dispirited, and his face was abnormally pale. It would wither at any moment. It seemed that the impact was definitely very serious. Indeed, the living fossil elder's entire body was in pain, especially the burning of his soul, which made him still have lingering fear. When General Xianing and Hong Xinyang saw the scene, their hearts also pounded wildly. Among them, General Xianing formed a seal with his palm, and a crescent moon appeared between his brows, protecting his soul. On the other side, Hong Xinyang took out a small black cauldron and floated above her head, releasing tens of thousands of light screens. After doing all this, the two of them stared ahead again. Kill! The three of them roared. This time, they also used their trump cards, not giving Lin Xian any chance to turn the tables. The Great Destruction. General Xianing was like a demon god as he slashed down with the Fangtian halberd in his hand. A terrifying light was sent over. On the other side, Hong Xinyang also performed a spiritual water sword technique that was extremely sharp. The living fossil elder gritted his teeth. This time, he took out a very strange treasure. It was a red box the size of a palm, covered with blood-red patterns, emitting a monstrous, murderous aura. Everyone's face turned pale. What was that? Many people were frightened, but an elder from the Tai dynasty exclaimed, "Could it be the legendary demon blood box?" Demon blood box, what was that thing? Some people were puzzled, but soon they knew, because someone explained the demon blood box is the blood left behind by a peerless demon beast. It's very terrifying. 1 drop was enough to kill a powerhouse. They just didn't know what grade the demon blood in the other party's hand was. What? So powerful. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the other party to use such a terrifying killer move. Buzz! The living fossil elder's expression was cold. He slowly opened the demon blood box in his hand. The monstrous, murderous aura turned into a sea of blood, rolling above the 9 heavens. In front, General Xianing and Hong Xinyang also felt the danger. The two of them pulled away from Lin Xian and stood on opposite sides to prevent the other party from escaping. Lin Xian furrowed his brows because he felt an intense sense of danger once again. The red blood in front of him had a great impact on him, but fortunately, the dragon sword soul in his body roared, and a terrifying pressure instantly disappeared. "Kid, be careful! That's the demon blood of a peerless demon king." In the distance, Crimson, Shinong warned. At this moment, he was fighting with the purple vine snake. The purple vine snake was very miserable. There were many wounds on its body, and one of its purple wings was torn in half. It could be said that it was completely suppressed by the Crimson Dragon. However, it would not die for a while. Therefore, the Crimson Dragon could not come over to help. However, it could still inquire about the battle situation from time to time. The blood of a peerless demon king, no wonder. Judging from the aura it emitted, it had probably surpassed the 8-star demon king. Lin Xian and the others' combat power were all at the 8-star level, but the other party had surpassed the 8-star level. Therefore, Even General Xianing and Hong Xinyang were very cautious. They quickly retreated, afraid that they would be stained with the blood. "Kid, you should be proud that you made me use this treasure. Now you can die in peace." The living fossil elder in front had a ferocious expression, and there was even a hint of madness in his eyes. That was because the demonic blood box was a powerful treasure that could be used to kill powerful enemies. He didn't expect that it would be used to deal with a young man in his 20s, but now he couldn't care less. He had to kill the young man in front of him to vent the hatred in his heart. "Go." The living fossil elder held the demon blood box with a solemn expression. Then he carefully formed a seal with his fingers and summoned one of the drops. Chapter 2349. There were a total of 2 drops of demonic blood in the box. One was the size of a grape, and the other was about half the size of a grape. The living fossil elder had used the smaller one. This was because he felt that this one was enough to kill the other party. After all, this was the demonic blood of an invincible demon king. Moreover, it contained a terrifying bloodline power. Coupled with the nurturing of the demonic blood box, the other party would definitely not be able to resist it. "Kid, go to hell." The living fossil elder used a secret technique and waved his finger. Buzz! The crystal clear blood bead flew out. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding sea of blood surged, transforming into countless resentful spirits that roared. It was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Even the mysterious Yin River Army and Hong Xinyang kept retreating until they were tens of thousands of kilometers away. Only then did they stop. This demonic blood was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the void was quickly shattered. The place where Lin Xian was imprisoned. The surrounding sea of blood spread as if there were countless blood-colored, resentful spirits roaring out. Vaguely, the illusory image of a blood-colored flying snake rose from the sea of blood and spread its blood-colored wings. It covered the sky and the sun. This was only caused by the blood-colored aura, and the blood-colored bead was still far away. One could imagine how terrifying it would be when it arrived. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword domain surged, and a terrifying sword light pierced through the surroundings. Instantly, all the blood-colored aura was destroyed. It even pierced through the blood-colored flying snake. All the illusory figures wailed and fell into a pool of blood. They kept surging. Lin Xian's body swayed as he dodged at an extreme speed. He did not want to face such a dangerous thing head-on. However, the blood was very spiritual. No matter where Lin Xian moved, it followed closely. Moreover, the distance was getting closer and closer. In the distance, the living fossil elder of the Tongue family snorted. "Kid, don't run. You can't escape it all. This is the blood of an invincible demon king. It's full of spirituality. Once it recognizes you, it will kill you even if you escape to the ends of the earth." General Xianing and Hong Xinyang retreated far away. When they saw this scene, a cold smile appeared on their faces. They knew that the other party was dead for sure. Even though they couldn't bring him back, killing him could be considered giving the war race an explanation. Furthermore, General Xianing's eyes were filled with disillusionment. This was because other than the people he had brought with him, there was also a huge creature on his spirit boat. Presumably, the other party was also watching at this moment. Since the other party did not make a move, there was even less reason for him to make a move. Lin Xian didn't try to escape after learning that the demonic blood was very spiritual. What the other party said should be true, so what he needed to think about was how to resist. Defense was not his strong suit. Although his defense was comparable to an exceptional almighty's, ordinary exceptional almighties were no match for the demonic blood. In that case, he could only attack. Attack was the best defense. Lin Xian gripped the ancient dragon abyss sword with both hands as the great dragon sword soul within his body roared nonstop. Streams of dragon soul aura surged into the ancient sword. At the same time, the second seal was rapidly unraveling. A terrifying power immediately erupted, shattering a part of the sky. Destroy! Lin Xian held the sword with both hands and slashed out. This sword was too terrifying. The ancient dragon abyss sword with 2 seals unraveled was twice as powerful as before. Not only that, the great dragon sword's soul roared nonstop, providing an unparalleled power. In the sky, a sword shadow streaked across. It was extremely dazzling. The entire space was split into 2, and terrifying cracks appeared. Everyone was stunned. They could only watch this scene with their eyes wide open, and they couldn't react. In front of them, a drop of demonic blood finally collided with the ancient dragon abyss sword. Boom! The sky was filled with explosions. The front was completely drowned by the blood-colored light and soaring sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. Violent vibrations sounded, and terrifying waves swept in all directions. Everyone was so frightened that they retreated frantically. The living fossil elder also tapped his foot and retreated 100,000 miles. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. Everyone was paying attention. The crimson dragon also slapped the purple vine snake away and retreated far away. He looked very worried because the power of the demonic blood was terrifying. Damn brat, nothing must happen to you. In front of them, the blood-colored light gradually disappeared, and the sword chi that filled the sky also weakened. Finally, the scene inside was revealed. Everyone craned their necks and looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned, because in front of them, a figure was floating in the sky. Although his clothes were tattered, the light of his armor was dim, and there were even cracks in some places. However, the other party was not dead. Damn it, that brat is still alive. How is that possible? Could it be that he destroyed that drop of demonic blood? Heavens! No way! That's the demonic blood of an invincible monster king. It can kill a peerless mighty figure. How did he block it? That sword was too terrifying. Perhaps it directly cut through the demonic blood. Everyone discussed animatedly. The crimson dragon also heaved a sigh of relief. Then he shook his head. Forget it. That brat has the great dragon sword soul and the bone of a sage. He probably won't be killed so easily. Thinking of that, he stopped paying attention and turned to stare at the purple-winged snake. 2 of the other party's wings were broken. It seemed that he was not far from being killed. Buzz! The crimson dragon rushed forward. On the other side, everyone was stunned. Those powerhouses and mighty figures were all stunned. Even General Xianying and Hong Xinyang were stunned. That was because they did not expect that to happen. Damn it, that's impossible. Finally, the living fossil elder screamed. How is that possible? That's a powerful trump card. It was so terrifying that he could not bear to use it. Originally, he thought that using a drop of demonic blood to kill a peerless mighty figure would be as easy as mowing grass. However, how did the other party block it? That was driving him crazy. Damn it, what the hell is that sword? The living fossil elder's eyes were cold. He decided that after killing the other party, he had to seize the other party's treasured sword. He could tell that the treasured sword was very likely an ancient artifact that contained a mysterious power. Otherwise, it would not be so powerful. If he could get it, so what if he lost a drop of demonic blood? He did not even hesitate to use the second drop of demonic blood. That was because he had to kill the other party. Phew! In front of him, Lin Xian was panting heavily. His face was a little pale. Obviously, using the 2 seals had consumed a lot of his energy. Moreover, the impact of the energy hit his body, causing him to be injured again. His internal organs were damaged. Fortunately, it would not take his life for the time being. In addition, he was very rich. At that moment, he grabbed a large number of treasures and devoured them without any regard for his life. He had also completely refined the divine crystals. The art of longevity circulated wildly and quickly healed his injuries. Old man, show me what you've got. I'll take it. Lin Xian raised his long sword and pointed it forward again. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, and reward me. Chapter 2350. Lin Xian's words shook the hearts of the surrounding people. However, Elder Sparkstone's face was indeed terrifyingly dark. The other party actually dared to openly provoke him, which made his lungs about to explode. "Kid, what are you being arrogant for? The one just now was just a smaller one. I don't believe that you can contend against my second drop of demon blood." Elder Living Fossil was really angry. He decided to kill the other party at all costs. Sure enough, in the next moment he waved his palm, and the second grape-sized drop of demon blood flew out. The power this time was more than twice as strong as the previous one. It was definitely enough to kill the other party. "Let's see how you dodge this time." He did not believe that the other party could contend against it. Sure enough, once this drop of demon blood appeared, heaven and earth changed drastically. In fact, the sky even started to rain blood. Everyone frantically retreated again. Lin Xian's face also became incomparably solemn. Although his words were arrogant, he did not dare to be careless at all. It seemed that he could only use this move. He took a deep breath, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. Buzz! The 3 seals on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword were released. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword light pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. These sword chi crisscrossed the sky, like a light pillar that reached the sky, constantly destroying the surroundings. Damn it! How did his sword chi become stronger again? So terrifying. Everyone went crazy. General Xianing, Hong Xinyang, and the others' faces also changed drastically. The living fossil was even more terrified because the other party's sword chi had actually doubled in power. How was this possible? After releasing the 3 seals, Lin Xian's body shone brightly. He held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword with both hands and slashed forward. The power of the great dragon sword spirit also erupted at the same time. Boom! The sword slashed down, and a radius of 100,000 miles was directly cut open. The drop of demon blood was also cut in half. Then it was shattered by the endless sword chi. Although he was powerful, the effect was not even the first drop. After the 3rd seal was released, the ancient dragon sword was really too terrifying. What? It was destroyed with 1 slash. This was impossible. Everyone went crazy. Such a powerful demon blood. Killing a peerless powerhouse was not a problem. The other party actually destroyed it so easily. Just what level had the power of this sword reached? They did not dare to imagine. Crack! On the other side, Lin Xian was also in great danger. After the sword slashed down, the muscles on his arms suddenly split open. Blood burst out and dyed the surroundings red. He had no choice. With his current strength, forcefully unlocking the 3rd seal on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword was too much for him. As a matter of fact, his muscles couldn't withstand the pressure at all and directly split open. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a sharp light, and the secret art of longevity and the great dragon sword soul within his body surged together. Then he swung his ancient sword again and slashed forward. Pung! The second slash was equally earth-shattering. That power caused everyone's expression to change. The most frightened ones were the living fossils of the Tongue family, because this sword strike was aimed at him. No, the Tongue family's living fossil roared madly. It was worth noting that he would not be able to block the demonic blood even if he was in his peak state. However, the sword chi from before was able to easily destroy the demonic blood. This was definitely enough to threaten his life. So in the next moment he turned around and fled. Buzz! The demonic blood box in his hand kept enlarging like a red mountain, blocking in front of him. Not only did the demonic blood box contain terrifying demonic blood, but it was also a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It was very tough. At this moment, Elder Zhang wanted to use the demonic blood box to block the sword chi. However, he was not too confident. Therefore, he fled frantically. The spiritual power in his body burned quickly. The living fossil elder ran into the distance like a stream of light. Boom! Even so, he still underestimated this sword. After unlocking the third seal, the ancient dragon origin sword's power was definitely beyond imagination. Not only was it powerful, but its speed was also shocking. When the sword slashed down, Elder Zhang was directly shattered into two halves. Not only that, but the terrifying sword light also enveloped the living fossil elder. Boom! In the distance, endless sword chi erupted and shot into the sky. No one dared to get close at all. As for Lin Xian, there were even more cracks on his body. His arms were almost broken, and the other parts of his body had also collapsed. Blood flowed and dyed his body red. However, he did not stop, and the third sword slashed out again. Seeing that the other party was about to attack, everyone went crazy. At this moment, countless people fled in all directions. Even people as strong as Xianying, the Jiang family, and Hong Xinyang also fled. They did not dare to resist such a terrifying sword chi. No, damn it, you can't attack me, Hong Xinyang screamed because she realized that the sword chi was actually directed at her. Why? Why was it directed at her? She wasn't the strongest one. This sword should have killed General Xianying. She could not understand. Boom! In the next moment, he was enveloped by the terrifying sword light. Heaven and earth rumbled, and countless sword chi circled in the distance, as if it was about to destroy the world. The terrifying sword light cut open the void, splitting it apart. Everyone fled, and those who were slow to escape were directly cut in half at the waist. In an instant, the sky was dyed red with blood, and countless corpses fell. A large number of martial artists were killed. Puff! General Xianying was also attacked by the aftershock. He immediately vomited blood and flew backward, but fortunately he managed to keep his life. However, he still kept retreating, flying far away to avoid being affected again, because he really did not know if the other party could still make the fourth sword. Clang! In the distance, Lin Xian stood in the void, gasping for breath. His face was abnormally pale, and his body was completely covered in blood. The ancient dragon abyss sword also fell in the air, making a clanging sound. Lin Xian's body was bleeding profusely, and even in some places, one could still see the eerie white bones. The bones in his hands were all broken. The third seal had already caused a huge burden on him. After 3 sword slashes, his entire body was about to fall apart, especially his arms that suffered the most damage. They did not have any strength left. Whoosh, with a thought, countless treasures appeared in front of him from the Black Earth ship, and then wrapped his entire body. Rapid recovery. The art of longevity was also crazily absorbing these medicinal effects. Now Lin Xian was at his weakest. Basically, he did not have much combat power left. However, countless people were still fleeing in the distance, because the 3 sword chi exploded, forming a strong storm that was too terrifying, directly enveloping hundreds of thousands of miles. Ordinary martial artists were fleeing for their lives, and the weaker ones were killed one after another. Now, who still had the mood to care about Lin Xian? Even someone as strong as General Xianying did not dare to approach. However, while General Xianying did not dare to approach, someone dared to approach. On a spirit ship, 4 figures suddenly appeared. Their bodies were pitch black like ghosts. They tore through the void and charged over. Whoosh! Soon, they arrived near Lin Xian, and the long sabers in their hands slashed down mercilessly. Chapter 2351. The 4 Taoists were very fierce. Their long swords were about to envelop Lin Xian. With Lin Xian's current state, it would be difficult for him to block them. Indeed, Lin Xian's entire body was in pain as if it was broken. However, he still had his soul power. In the next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes and surrounded him. Buzz! Floating light. The 4 black-clothed men were instantly affected by the illusion and stopped in midair. Then Lin Xian used soul ignition. Immediately, the souls of the 4 men started to burn. They screamed miserably, their bodies trembling as they fell from the sky. Seeing this, the people who wanted to kill Teng Qingshan all stopped. Heavens! It was too terrifying. Even if Teng Qingshan was seriously injured, he could still kill 4 experts in an instant. This method was heaven-defying. They did not dare to attack anymore and chose to attack from afar. Terrifying sword chi, fire, and lightning flew from afar, trying to kill Lin Xian. However, at this moment, a dragon tail blocked in front of Lin Xian. It directly shattered all the attacks. The crimson dragon appeared beside Lin Xian and roared in all directions. "Kid, are you okay?" it asked with concern. "I'm fine. I won't die yet." Lin Xian shook his head and continued to swallow treasures. "What's going on? Why is this dragon here? What about the soaring serpent?" Many people looked into the distance. In the next moment, they were extremely shocked. The peerless demon king summoned by the Tongue family, the purple soaring serpent, was split in half. Its 1,000-meter-long body was split in the air and smashed to the ground, shattering mountains and rivers. It stirred up a lot of dust. Purple blood flowed out and gathered into a river. This purple blood was the blood of a demon king. It was extremely terrifying and had strong corrosive and poisonous properties. Therefore, wherever it passed, countless creatures and mountains were all corroded and melted. The purple vine serpent was killed. Heavens! They did not dare to believe it. At this moment, the surrounding energy and the terrifying sword chi also slowly disappeared. More and more people saw this scene and cried out in surprise. Especially the surviving warriors of the Tongue family, their scalps went numb. No, damn it, this was impossible. It can't be like this. They screamed like they had gone mad. This was because the Tongue family's losses were too severe. A living fossil elder had been killed, and their peerless beast, the purple vine snake, had also been killed. This was a huge blow to them. The others were also extremely frightened. Over at the city lord's mansion, there were also continuous screams, because they discovered that Hong Xingyang was also killed by a single sword strike. To be able to kill 2 peerless almighties with 3 strikes, the other party's strength, was absolutely heaven-defying. General Xian Ying wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked forward with a cold light in his eyes. The previous 3 shocking sword chis did not attack him, so he was only slightly affected and suffered light injuries. At this moment, he looked ahead and revealed a sinister smile. This was because he could tell that Lin Xian's injuries were very serious. He probably didn't have much combat strength left. How could such a person withstand his attacks? Therefore, in the next moment, he gathered the experts of the Tai dynasty and charged over. The 8 elders followed General Xianing and flew forward together. Their bodies shone brightly like 8 suns, covering a corner of the sky. There was a thunderous sound in the surroundings, and the world was trembling. General Xian Ying held the halberd in his hand and was extremely powerful. He was like a peerless god of war. Damn it! Did they really think that Ben Huang was easy to bully? Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon was furious. The other party had killed them time and time again, and now he dared to attack again. He really could not tolerate it. In the next moment, he roared angrily. He waved his dragon claws, causing the sky to tremble and the ground to crack. 9 dragon roars flew up from the ground. They were formed from the earth's spiritual veins, and they were extremely terrifying. Each dragon shadow was 1,000 meters long and pierced through the clouds. They flew from the ground to the sky and charged towards General Xianing and the 8 experts. The 8 elders roared angrily as they were entangled by the dragon chi, causing intense collisions. General Xian Ying shouted and swatted away the dragon chi with his Fangtian halberd. Then he strode forward to kill. Humph! The crimson dragon snorted coldly and was about to attack. At this moment, Lin Xian said, "Ruzalong, go and deal with the other 8 people." I can't let any of them escape alive. Leave Xianing to me. Kid, don't force yourself. You're seriously injured now. The Crimson Dragon was worried. Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, I've already recovered 70% to 80%. So fast? The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Even with treasures and divine crystals, I probably can't recover so quickly. It seemed that the other party's longevity technique was indeed heaven-defying and had far exceeded his expectations. Indeed, not to mention the Crimson Dragon, even Lin Xian did not expect the longevity technique to be so terrifying. His recovery ability was heaven-defying. In a short period of time, he had indeed recovered about 70% of his strength. Although his body was still in pain, he should be able to endure it as long as he did not unlock the third layer of the seal. This time, Lin Xian did not unlock the seal. Instead, he summoned the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Now, it was time to use this trump card. Whoosh! The Great Dragon Sword Soul came out of Lin Xian's body and attached itself to the Dragon Source Ancient Sword, emitting a dazzling light. Terrifying sword chi shot up into the sky. Damn it! Could it be that the other party still has combat power? Seeing this scene, the warriors in the distance exclaimed. General Xianing also frowned. He knew that he could not delay any longer. The other party was too strange. Even a peerless mighty figure would not be able to recover from his previous injuries in a short period of time. However, the other party was still able to attack, which was indeed beyond his expectations. In the next moment, General Xianing waved the Fengtian halberd in his hand and slashed forward. It was like a Milky Way that fell from the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Clang! Lin Xian used the Dragon Source Ancient Sword. The two collided and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. At this moment, although the ancient sword was not unsealed, it contained the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which made its power extremely terrifying. Therefore, this attack was evenly matched. He blocked it. General Xianing frowned. How can he block my attack when he's clearly injured? Humph! His face darkened and he snorted coldly. Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but now you're probably an arrow at the end of its flight. I wonder how many more moves you can block for me? 1 move, 2 moves? Maybe the next move will kill you mercilessly. So, kneel down obediently and beg for mercy. As he spoke, General Xianing attacked with the Fengtian halberd. The terrifying light covered the entire sky. Boom! The sky fell and the earth cracked. General Xianing's power was too terrifying. He was not injured that much previously. Now that he attacked with his full strength, it was extremely terrifying. He was like a god of war. Lin Xian let out a long roar and waved the Dragon Source Ancient Sword. He pushed the Great Dragon Sword Soul and slashed forward. Please recommend, vote, subscribe, collect, tip. Chapter 2352. The long swords fell one after another, causing the light around General Xianing to explode. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. A terrifying light enveloped the entire sky. Damn it, how is that possible? How could his attack power still be so strong? General Xianing collided with his opponent. His hands went numb, and the blood in his body churned. He felt as if he had collided with 100,000 mountains. It was extremely sturdy, and the force made him have the urge to vomit blood. Uft! As expected, General Xianing vomited blood and flew backward. Under the power of the Dragon Sword Soul, he kept retreating. General Xianing was injured. Heavens! How could that be? The people in the distance were all stunned when they saw that. How powerful was that kid to be able to injure General Xianing? More importantly, wasn't General Xianing already on the verge of death? How could he still have such terrifying power? They would have believed it if he had injured General Xianing with those 3 sword moves. However, after using those 3 sword moves, General Xianing was obviously in a weakened state. He might even be killed at any time. However, in just a few minutes, General Xianing was full of energy again. He had injured General Xianing again. They could not believe it. At that moment, everyone looked forward, and their scalps went numb, especially those from the Tai dynasty. They thought that General Xianing would be able to suppress his opponent in an instant. However, they did not expect it to be such a scene. Uft! General Xianing vomited blood and retreated. He stepped on the void and created terrifying black holes one after another. He only stopped after creating 18 black holes in a row. Damn it! His face became abnormally gloomy, and even his handsome face became incomparably distorted. Damn it! How was that possible? General Xianing was also extremely shocked. He did not believe that his opponent could injure him in one move. Buzz! He stared at the ancient sword in Lin Xian's hand, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. He was determined to snatch this sword away from her. In the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly formed a seal with his palms. In the sky, the blood that he spat out did not disappear. Instead, it quickly condensed. They formed one blood sword after another, and they charged forward. In an instant, 10 blood swords filled the air and slashed forward with a monstrous, murderous aura. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. This method was too terrifying. The blood he spat out could even turn into a blood sword to kill people. And from the looks of it, its power was even more terrifying than ordinary mystiques. This General Xianing was also an extremely terrifying figure. A single drop of blood was enough to kill an expert. Humph! Looking at the incoming blood swords, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He waved the ancient sword in his hand and combined the power of the great dragon sword spirit, slashing forward. He swung his sword dozens of times in a row, and those blood swords were cut in half at the waist, dissipating into the void. Kill! The Xianing general roared angrily. He held his halberd with both hands and charged over again. A violent aura suddenly erupted from his body and swept through the 9 heavens. The Fengtian painting collection danced like a flood dragon, bringing with it a shocking killing intent, completely drowning out the sky in front. Boom! Boom! Another intense collision occurred, causing the world to rumble. This time, General Xianing was sent flying once again. His arm was numb, and the muscles on his arm were torn. Blood spurted out once more, dyeing the halberd red. Damn it! Bloodthirsty, true spirit! Kill it! General Xianing roared angrily. Blood stained the halberd. It didn't disappear. Instead, it used this chance to activate a powerful ability. The blood on the halberd trembled rapidly. Then it turned into terrifying blood-colored beasts that charged out from the sky. These were blood crows, and every single one of them was like precious jade, sparkling and translucent. However, these blood crows contained an extremely terrifying killing intent. The moment they appeared, they pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Buzz! A blood crow flew out, spreading its wings and bringing with it a sea of blood. The entire sky was dyed red. Boom! The second blood crow flew out from the halberd. It brought with it a boundless killing intent, causing the entire sky to tremble. Boom! 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 The third blood crow flew out. It was surrounded by mysterious blood-colored runes that made one's heart tremble. A total of 9 of these blood crows flew out. They flew in circles in the sky. Then, under the control of General Xianing, they charged forward. Boom! 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 The 9 blood crows exploded together and flew forward. A terrifying blood-colored light filled the sky. At this moment, the sky was filled with a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. Collapse! However, Lin Xian roared angrily. On the Dragon Source Ancient Sword, the Dragon Soul Sword Shadow exploded with a dazzling light. With a slash of the sword, the sky in front of him instantly collapsed. Countless cracks spread. Although the blood crows were powerful, they couldn't withstand this power at all. They instantly exploded into a bloody mist. This scene was too terrifying. General Xianying's ultimate move was useless in front of Lin Xian. It couldn't be helped. After sending out the Dragon Soul Sword, Lin Xian's combat strength was extremely powerful. Damn it, this was impossible. General Xianying roared crazily. He couldn't believe that Lin Xian could break his ultimate move so easily. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted because Lin Xian had already charged over with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Buzz! 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 Another 3 shocking sword cheese slashed forward. Instantly, General Xianying was scared out of his wits. This was because when Lin Xian used this sword technique previously, he instantly killed the Tang family's living fossil and Hong Xinyang. Now that Lin Xian used a similar move, how could he not be afraid? To be honest, the power of these 3 sword cheese was about the same as the power of the Dragon Abyss Ancient Sword when the 3 seals were broken. It wasn't that the Dragon Soul Sword wasn't strong, but that Lin Xian could only use this power now. This was because the Dragon Soul Sword was vast and boundless like a bottomless pit. It could unleash as much power as one poured in. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could only unleash this level of combat strength. No matter how strong he was, the spiritual power in his body wouldn't be enough. However, these 3 sword cheese were enough. One of them sent the heavenly halberd flying, while the other shattered more than 10 layers of the enemy's defenses. Boom! General Xianying's armor shattered, and a terrifying sword mark appeared. It almost split him apart. This was only the damage caused by the aftermath of the sword cheese. If the 3rd sword strike landed, it would definitely kill the enemy. No, Brother Wu Hen, save me. Looking at the 3rd sword chi descending from the sky, General Xianying roared crazily. Deep fear appeared in his eyes. He knew that he couldn't dodge this sword chi at all, nor could he resist it. He could only cry for help. His miserable voice reverberated in all directions. Hearing this, the surrounding people were shocked. What? Could it be that there's a peerless powerhouse here? Otherwise, why would General Xianying beg for help? One had to know that the strongest person present was General Xianying. Previously, the living fossil and Hong Xinyang had been killed, so only General Xianying was left. The rest of the people were not stronger than the general. However, who is General Xianying asking for help? Chapter 2353. Even Lin Xian furrowed his brows. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon had killed 8 peerless powerhouses and retreated to the side. He did not attack again because he felt that this matter was very strange. Could it be that the other party was trying to confuse them? He could not understand. However, the sword chi was about to slash down and kill General Xianying. At this moment, a cold snort suddenly came from a spirit boat in the distance. Immediately after, a golden ray of light flew over from afar like a bolt of lightning. That golden light quickly appeared in front of General Xianying. Then it transformed into an imperial gold cauldron and blocked the shocking sword light. The two collided and emitted a resplendent light. What? It was blocked! How was that possible? When the surrounding people saw the scene, they all went crazy. Someone actually blocked such a terrifying sword chi. Who was it? Who was it? As expected, there was a peerless expert hiding here. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They saw hope again, because the sword chi that even General Xianying could not block was easily blocked by the other party. Needless to say, the other party's strength definitely surpassed General Xianying's. Thinking of this, they heaved a sigh of relief. Many people cheered. However, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. There was indeed someone. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying expert. The other party did not show his face at all. He only transformed into an aura and blocked the sword chi from the great dragon, Sword Soul. It had to be said that it shocked Lin Xian. Who was it? Get out here in Ben Huang. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon also roared. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out balls of dragon flames that blasted on the golden cauldron. Whoosh, whoosh! The golden cauldron burned fiercely, but it did not melt. Instead, it became even more resplendent. In the next moment, thousands of rays of light erupted from the cauldron and pierced through the dragon flames that filled the sky. General Xian Ying also took this opportunity to retreat into the distance. He quickly swallowed a pill. At the same time, his eyes were cold as he stared ahead. Humph! Do you think that a mysterious expert will be able to save you? Lin Xian snorted coldly, held his sword again, and walked forward. The great dragon sword spirit erupted, and another 2 shocking sword chi surged out, slashing forward. General Xian Ying's expression changed again, but soon he snorted coldly. Since that person had already made a move, he wouldn't just watch him get killed. Sure enough, in the next moment, another beam of golden light shot out from the spirit ship in the distance. It turned into a golden continent that floated in the sky. Then, a figure appeared on the golden continent and quickly walked over. His speed was not very fast, but every step he took seemed to shrink the ground into an inch, instantly appearing in front of him. In just 2 or 3 steps, he arrived near General Xian Ying from tens of thousands of miles away. Boom! He raised his hand and clenched his fist. His fists transformed into 2 black suns and smashed onto the sword chi, producing a clanging sound. Then, both of them disappeared in the sky. Who was this person? That was too terrifying. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes looked at that figure. The Crimson Dragon also frowned, and Lin Xian's pupils shrank, because he felt that the black fist technique used by the other party was very familiar. In front of him was a middle-aged man. He was wearing battle armor and looked very valiant. He stood in the void, and his powerful aura suppressed everything. The void under his feet was even distorted, forming a strange arc. Brother Wu Hen, thank you very much. General Xian Ying looked at the other party with a solemn expression. Go and rest. Leave the rest to me, the valiant man said in a deep voice. General Xian Ying nodded and retreated into the distance. It seemed that he wanted to leave the battlefield. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he snorted coldly. You want to leave? Did I say you could leave? As he said that, he slashed out with his sword. Terrifying sword chi swept across the sky like a rain of swords, and a large portion of it charged towards General Xian Ying. You're courting death. Seeing this scene, the general roared angrily. The valiant man also snorted coldly. He raised his large hand and slapped out. It was like a river of stars that filled the sky, cutting off all the sword chi. You still want to kill in front of me? The valiant man said in a deep voice, his voice filled with killing intent. In the distance, General Xian Ying snorted coldly. Kid, you're overestimating yourself. Do you know? Who is Brother Wu Hen? He's an expert from the War Tribe, the Golden Lion King's uncle. This time you're dead meat. What? The other party is actually an expert from the War Tribe? Heavens, did the War Tribe really come out? No wonder. No wonder the other party is so strong. It turns out that he's from the legendary War Tribe. Exclamations could be heard one after another. Everyone was shocked. The Crimson Dragon also sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't expect an expert from the War Tribe to come. Moreover, from the looks of it, this was a true supreme expert. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. So it's someone from the War Tribe. No wonder he found the other party's ability familiar. He didn't expect that the War Tribe would still come. Moreover, they sent out such a terrifying expert. The other party was much stronger than the Golden Lion King. There was no choice. The Golden Lion King was from the younger generation. It could be said that he was very young. The person in front of him was probably a true supreme expert who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. Such an expert from the War Tribe was definitely terrifying and unfathomable. You're the kid who killed the Golden Lion King? Zhan Wuhen asked coldly. That's right, I killed the Golden Lion King. Lin Xian replied. That's because he deserves to die. He deserves to die. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Zhang Wuhan's expression sank. His genius from the war tribe actually deserves to die? The surrounding people were also discussing. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to say such words in front of an expert from the war tribe? Isn't he just trying to anger the other party? Lin Xian said loudly. He does deserve to die. He coveted my treasures and wanted to take them for himself. A genius from the war tribe actually dares to do such a thing. Doesn't he deserve to die? What? The Golden Lion King was killed for this reason. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect there to be such a reason. Fancy your treasures? You killed him just like that? When Zhang Wuhan heard this, his body trembled. A terrifying killing intent surged out from his body. Then his voice became sinister. If my war tribe's genius wants a treasure, you have to obediently kneel down and give it to him. You actually dared to kill him? Your sin is unforgivable. I will capture you and make you kneel in front of his grave for 700 years. Every day, you will have to endure the punishment of my war tribe. Kneel down obediently. Hand it over with both hands. After Lin Xian heard this, he sneered. Your war tribe is really arrogant. Do you really think that your war tribe is invincible? Lin Xian was indeed incomparably furious. He originally thought that the Golden Lion King was tyrannical and arrogant enough. He didn't expect that compared to this middle-aged man in front of him, the Golden Lion King paled in comparison. Please recommend, bookmark, subscribe, tip, la la la. Chapter 2354. They originally thought that the Golden Lion King was already domineering and arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, compared to this middle-aged man in front of them, the Golden Lion King paled in comparison. Were these people from the war race all so unreasonable? The Crimson Dragon also screamed. F***CK, you can even say such shameless words? Are you sure you are not smearing the war race's reputation? To be honest, the Crimson Dragon had never seen such a shameless person. Humph! You are too shameless. You don't know what kind of existence our war race is. Back then, when our war race was at its peak, we were the ruler of the world. It was everyone's wish to be able to give us treasures. At that time, those who came to give us treasures could line up tens of thousands of miles away. How could an ant like you understand the strength of our war race? Is that so? Lin Xian sneered. But times have changed. Your war race was only powerful in the past. Now it has long declined. The times are changing, and you have already been eliminated. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, shaking the 9 heavens like thunder. Hearing this, no one dared to speak and frantically retreated. Sure enough, when Zhang Wuhan heard this, he immediately became angry. He was like a demon, emitting a monstrous killing intent, instantly shattering the surrounding void. Someone actually dared to look down on his war race. He couldn't tolerate it. He had to kill the other party. A terrifying fist surged out, carrying the sun, moon, and stars, wanting to destroy the entire world. This attack was too terrifying. Endless light flickered. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expressions instantly changed. They discovered that the other party was very strong, unexpectedly strong. Even before the fist arrived, just the storm alone was enough to make their hair stand on end. This guy was at least a mid-18 star expert. In addition, the war race's terrifying bloodline and powerful ability. Heavens, the power was unimaginable. The Crimson Dragon hurriedly transmitted a voice. Kid, don't fight with him. The gap was too big. It's fine, we still have trump cards. If the two of us join hands, we might be able to kill him. Even if we can't kill him, we have to seriously injure him. At least, let him know that the war race was not an invincible existence. Lin Xian quickly replied. At the same time, he quickly dodged and did not take the attack head-on. His body drew a streak of light in the sky and was instantly pushed far away. Humph! Overconfident. He actually dared to fight against the war clan's experts? He was really courting death. Behind him, General Xianing sneered. The other party was able to kill the Golden Lion King because the Golden Lion King was young. And this Zhan Wuhen in front of him was a true war race expert. How could the other party contend against such a person? However, as soon as he sneered, he screamed in the next moment. His entire being became incomparably crazy. This was because an indescribable power was surging toward him. His soul was severely injured in an instant. "Damn it, Brother Wuhen! Save me!" he screamed crazily, courting death. Seeing this, Zhan Wuhen was enraged. His opponent actually had the strength to attack others while he was fighting with him. Was he looking down on him? Boom! Wuhen Zhan roared angrily and destroyed 4 of them. The terrifying shockwave enveloped everything within a radius of 100,000 miles, forcing Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon to retreat frantically. One of them was dealt with. Lin Xian retreated and sneered, because when he was dodging just now, he had directly used the soul-burning secret technique to forcefully attack General Xianing. General Xianing also had a soul defensive artifact, but he did not expect Lin Xian to attack him while fighting with the war race expert. In a moment of carelessness, he was hit by the soul-burning secret technique. Sure enough, in the next moment his soul burned, and the pain made him scream in pain. "Brother Wuhen, save me!" General Xianing rolled crazily in the sky. He did not suffer any injuries, but the pain made everyone's hair stand on end. When Zhan Wuhen saw this, he frowned. Soul attack? He snorted coldly and used his divine ability to save General Xianing, but he realized that he could not do it at all. This made his face extremely gloomy. "Save me!" General Xianing screamed again and then stopped struggling. His body floated in the void, his eyes wide open, because even in death he could not believe that he was killed by a brat. What? General Xianing was also dead. The people from the Tai dynasty felt their scalps go numb. General Xianing was the Empress' younger brother. If he died like this, how were they going to explain it when they returned? The Empress would probably go crazy. Everyone spat out saliva, not daring to imagine. However, they quickly put away General Xianing's body. What a terrifying, soul-burning secret technique. Zhan Wuhen's face was also solemn. He took out a jade pendant and protected his body. He had to admit that the other party's soul-burning secret technique shocked him. On the spirit ship in the distance, a young man in white also frowned. Then he pinched his fingers and calculated, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he turned around and left without saying anything. "Kid, you will pay a painful price for your actions." Zhan Wuhen looked over again. His eyes were shining like bolts of lightning. It was very dazzling. At this moment, he was like a god of war. Was that so? The war race's expert was not just a talker, right? Lin Xian sneered. Although he was mocking the other party, he was not careless. He quickly brandished the Dragonsaur sword and used the great dragon's sword soul. The two combined and released a terrifying sword light that slashed forward. Boom! 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 Zhan Wuhen waved his sleeve, and a red cauldron appeared in front of him. The cauldron was more than a meter tall and was very heavy. The moment it appeared, it collapsed the void. It was very old, and some parts were even covered in dust. It seemed that it had existed for countless years. However, the red cauldron was emitting light, and the patterns on it were clearly visible. It was a phoenix that was born from fire. It was as if a real divine beast was bound to the cauldron. The moment the cauldron appeared, it brought with it a monstrous heat wave that seemed to be able to burn everything. Looking at the incoming sword chi, Zhan Wuhen slapped the red cauldron with his palm. Buzz! Immediately, the cauldron shone brightly, and the phoenix seemed to have come alive. It spread its wings and soared. Endless light rushed out, and a fiery red phoenix appeared in the sky. Flames flickered on its body, and it was extremely sharp. It was as if a real divine beast was facing the terrifying sword Qi. The two collided, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dazzling light covered the entire sky. Flames were everywhere, and the sword Qi filled the sky. The two collided intensely, and then they dissipated in the sky at the same time. What? That kid actually blocked the attack of the war race's expert. Heavens! How did he do it? Everyone exclaimed when they saw the scene. The war race's expert was a legendary existence. He was like a god of war. A young man was actually able to block it. This shocked them greatly. Zhang Wuhen also frowned. He had to admit that the other party was very strong, far beyond his expectations. It's a new day. Please recommend, subscribe, collect, and reward me. Chapter 2355. Lin Xian blocked the attack, but he wasn't happy. He had used his full strength, and he had already used the great dragon sword soul. He couldn't use this power for long. He didn't have much spiritual energy left. Even if he recovered quickly, he couldn't afford the crazy absorption of the great dragon sword soul. His opponent had already seen the heavenly secret god eyes, and he had used a defensive artifact. His sneak attack wouldn't succeed. Apart from that, there was the dragon-shaped sword shadow and the 3 seals of the ancient dragon abyss sword. These 2 attacks should be able to injure his opponent. Crimson Dragon, prepare to attack and use your most powerful killing move. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to snowy white marquee inside the black earth. Little White, prepare to attack. I'm on my side. Snowy white marquee nodded and waited for an opportunity. Buzz! Lin Xian sent out a few rays of sword Qi and rushed over. When he got close to Zhang Wuhen, the golden light in his eyes appeared again. Floating light. Humph! Zhang Wuhen activated the red furnace, and the terrifying phoenix shattered the surrounding sword Qi. At the same time, a layer of ripples appeared on his body. He sneered. Another soul attack. It's useless. This is a treasure passed down from ancient times. Your soul power can't penetrate it. Indeed, if not for the incident with General Xianying, Zhang Wuhen might have been careless. His opponent's sneak attack might have succeeded. But after that incident, Zhang Wuhen was very careful. He carefully protected his soul. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of his opponent's soul attack at all. But in the next moment he made a sound, because he still felt a wave of soul power. Although it was much weaker, it still reached him. This made him even more shocked. One had to know that his jade pendant was an ancient jade. It was very precious, but his opponent's soul power could still reach him. This surprised him. What kind of soul attack was this? He didn't dare to imagine. But in the next moment, he snorted and activated his defensive jade pendant. At the same time, his soul power surged out to resist the attack. He was an expert of the battle tribe. His soul power was very strong. Therefore, he defended and attacked at the same time. Soon, he dispelled the illusion brought about by the floating light. However, although the illusion failed, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. That was because his true attack was not floating light. All of this was bait. All right, now is the time. Let's do it, Lin Xian roared. Then the little white monkey dashed out. In an instant, he was right in front of Zhang Wuhen. His furry little paw slapped Scarlet War's face. Wang! Zhang Wuhen felt dizzy. Although he knew he was in trouble, he couldn't react in time. Little White's attack succeeded, and it disappeared instantly. At this time, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon made their move. Lin Xian roared. He held the ancient Dragon Abyss sword in his right hand and grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow formed by the great dragon sword soul with his left hand. Then, both swords slashed forward. Whoa! The 3rd seal of the ancient Dragon Abyss sword was unlocked, and its power increased sharply. Lin Xian's right arm was instantly broken. However, Lin Xian couldn't care less. He gritted his teeth and slashed forward. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his left hand exploded with a dazzling light. It turned into a real dragon and slashed forward. On the other side, the crimson dragon also roared. Endless dragon blood, aura, surged from its body. It cooperated with the Earth's spiritual energy and created 18 dragon blood shadows. It rushed forward. At the same time, behind him, endless light condensed and turned into a long red sword that slashed down from the sky. The two of them attacked together with their 4 ultimate moves. Boom! 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 The front was annihilated in an instant. Terrifying energy filled the sky. Boom! Lin Xian's face was pale. He was blasted away by the energy. Fortunately, he summoned the Dragon Sword realm at the critical moment and blocked a lot of it. The crimson dragon beside him swung its tail and carried Lin Xian tens of thousands of miles away. The surrounding warriors weren't so lucky. They were instantly affected and screamed. Before they could fly back, their bodies exploded and turned into blood mist. Only a few experts were able to escape. Those spiritual boats, birds, beasts, and terrifying demon kings were all destroyed. This attack could be said to have killed most of the warriors. Less than 1,000 of them were left alive. At this moment, they looked forward with uncertainty. Could the war tribe's experts survive after being hit by such a terrifying energy? They didn't dare to imagine. On the other hand, tens of thousands of miles away, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon's eyes flickered. Lin Xian swallowed another treasure. However, this time he could only recover half of his strength. He had no choice. Using the ancient dragon sword's power too many times had pushed the burden on his body to the limit. Therefore, no matter how many treasures he had, he couldn't recover to his peak state. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The dragon-shaped sword shadow, the 3 layers of the ancient dragon sword seal, and the crimson dragon's 2 ultimate moves were all used together. Thinking about it, he should be able to kill his opponent. After waiting for a long time, the violent energy in front of them gradually disappeared. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths, because the final result was finally about to be revealed. The sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, and a figure appeared. His armor was shattered, and his hair was disheveled. It was Zhan Wuhen. At this moment, he was in an abnormally sorry state. There were many wounds on his body, and his body was on the verge of collapse. However, he didn't collapse in the end. He was fine. Seeing this scene, the warriors heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lin Xian and the crimson dragon frowned. They were surprised that the other party didn't die after such a violent attack. One had to know that apart from the Black Earth and the Sage's Handbone, this was already the strongest power they could use. Even so, they still couldn't kill the other party. It had to be said that the powerhouses of the war tribe were too terrifying. "Brat, how dare you hurt me? I want you dead." Zhan Wuhen raised his head, and his eyes emitted a cold light. At that moment, he did feel the threat of death. If he wasn't a powerhouse of the war tribe and had a powerful treasure on him that could defend him, he would have died. That attack just now would have taken his life. He couldn't tolerate that a brat could threaten his life. In the next moment, he roared at the sky, took out a red pill the size of a longan and swallowed it. Immediately, his body emitted crackling sounds. His damaged body and broken bones quickly healed. His originally heavily injured body recovered again, and he was heading toward his peak. What kind of pill is that? It's too heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's expressions were extremely gloomy. Chapter 2356. Damn it. If the other party recovered to his peak, they would not be able to fight him at all. Therefore, he would not allow such a thing to happen. In the next moment, Lin Xian summoned the Black Earth and used its powerful attack power to kill the other party. At most, he would just have to waste some resources. He could always find more in the future. Buzz! The Black Earth appeared, exuding an ancient aura. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were about to enter. However, Zhan Wuhen suddenly raised his hand. 5 mysterious runes appeared in his hand and rushed forward. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The the seal of the 5 elements. 5 types of energy rotated in the sky, exuding a mysterious aura and sealing the black earth in the sky. Boom, boom. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were bounced back. What? Lin Xian was shocked. What was going on? The black earth was sealed? Damn it, this old man was too fast. The dark red divine dragon was also hopping mad. The two of them were already fast enough. However, they did not expect the other party to be even faster. Moreover, he recognized that this was a terrifying seal of the 5 elements. It would be difficult to break it in a short period of time. Black Earth attack. The Crimson Dragon roared. However, the Black Earth did not react at all. Damn it! The Crimson Dragon was furious. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. On the other side, Zhan Wuhin snorted. Kid, do you think we don't know what trump card you have? Everything you did in General Xianying's residence has long been known to us. What? You know all our trump cards. Lin Xian frowned. This wasn't good news at all. In fact, it could even be said to be terrible news. Moreover, it did not look like it was fake. Otherwise, the other party would not have sealed the Black Earth as soon as they used it. Obviously, the other party knew the power of the Black Earth. Damn it! It was those people from the general's residence. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He had destroyed the general's residence. But there were still many warriors who survived. Those cultivators must have recounted the process of the battle to the other party. Only then did he reveal his trump card. In that case, the saint's hand bone would be exposed as well. It was fortunate that the snow-white monkey had caught the other party off guard. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to injure the other party. Damn it, this is going to be difficult. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. The Black Earth had been sealed, so it was unlikely that they would be able to break it in a short period of time. Then, the only thing that could be used was the saint's hand bone. However, from the looks of it, the other party seemed to have a way to deal with it. Brat, you don't have any more moves, right? Die obediently for me. Zhan Wuhin sneered and strode over. Murderous intent surged from his body. F***K. You have the nerve to say that. The Crimson Dragon cursed. How old are you? How old is he? A 1,000-year-old monster was beating up a 20-year-old boy? How could he have the cheek to say such words? Lin Xian also snorted coldly. If we're at the same level, I'll kill you like a dog. In your battle clan's younger generation, no one is my match. So what? Only geniuses who grow up are geniuses. Dead geniuses are nothing. Zhan Wuhin was not moved at all. He admitted that the other party was indeed a genius, and he was even more terrifying than the geniuses of the battle clan. However, he would not allow such a person to grow up, especially when the other party was enemies with the battle clan. If he allowed the other party to leave, then in a few hundred or 1,000 years, the other party would definitely become an invincible king. He would not invite such a strong enemy for his family. Therefore, he had to kill the other party today. Brat, you can only blame yourself for being reckless. How dare you provoke the battle clan? Now you can die obediently. Zhan Wuhin activated the red furnace above his head, and the crazy dragon pounced down again. The void instantly collapsed, as if there was a great collapse. A terrifying wave of flames swept out in all directions. Buzz! Lin Xian kept retreating. At the same time, sword energy surged out from his body, forming a sword screen. However, he was still forced back. At this moment, he only had half of his usual strength. Pooh! After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Lin Xian wiped the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. Damn it! Use the saint's hand bone. Use the Black Earth as a shield in front of me. I don't believe that guy can withstand it. Okay, I'll set up the formation now. The Crimson Dragon also nodded. He was also very unhappy with the other party's arrogance. However, the other party was too strong. Perhaps only the saint's hand bone could defeat him. Buzz! In the next moment, Lin Xian took out the saint's hand bone without holding back. It was a very small bone floating in the sky. However, the aura it emitted was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Zhang Wuhen's aura. Damn it, what is that? The people in the distance felt their scalps go numb, and their faces were filled with horror. This brat actually has such a terrifying treasure? They were really shocked. If the brat used this treasure to deal with them, none of them would be able to escape. Thinking of this, they felt a chill down their backs. Heavens, what kind of existence did we provoke? The Tung family and the people from the mayor's residence had ugly expressions. The people from the Tai dynasty also had grave expressions. Although they knew that the other party had a heaven-defying treasure, they had never seen it before. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was indeed very shocking. A saint's item. Zhang Wuhen also felt great pressure. However, the light in his eyes was indeed becoming brighter and brighter. Then, the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile. He had to admit that the other party was not only powerful, but also had too many treasures in his hands. The long sword, the saint's hand bone, and the black spirit ship were all top-grade treasures. This was still not knowing about the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eyes. If he had discovered the great dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret divine eyes like the Golden Lion King, he would probably go crazy immediately. Boom! Lin Xian tore the seal on the saint's hand bone. Suddenly, the terrifying aura of a saint swept through the 9 heavens as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon instantly pulled away from each other. At the same time, Lin Xian summoned the black earth again to block in front of him and defend himself. It couldn't be helped. The pressure of a saint was too terrifying. In addition to the black earth, he also used the dragon sword realm. The great dragon sword soul let out a loud dragon roar to resist the terrifying pressure. Puff! 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 Lin Xian temporarily blocked the pressure of a saint. His eyes flickered. However, the people around him weren't so lucky. Hundreds of cultivators were instantly crushed by the pressure of a saint. They turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The remaining people also vomited mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were filled with fear as they quickly ran away. It couldn't be helped. They couldn't resist the pressure of a saint at all. Buzz! On the opposite side, Zhang Wuhen also felt a great pressure. The flaming phoenix above his head instantly cracked and fell to the ground, struggling nonstop. Chapter 23:57. On the other side, Zhang Wuhen also felt a great pressure. The flaming phoenix above his head instantly cracked open and struggled on the ground. Then it collapsed and turned into countless flames that scattered in all directions. The fiery red cauldron also trembled nonstop as if it was worshipping. Zhang Wuhen's expression was ferocious. Was this the pressure of a sage? It was indeed powerful. It was indeed a good item. Kid, I have to say that you have a lot of treasures in your hands. I must have this sage's bone. Hearing Zhang Wuhen's voice, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Are you people from the battle tribe poor? Why do you want other people's things? The Crimson Dragon also spat out saliva. Shameless. Zhang Wuhen's face darkened. You sharp-tongued kid. When I catch you later, I'll knock your teeth out one by one. And you, stinky loach, I'll skin you and make you into a pair of battle boots later. F***CK. What a temper. Come here. Ben Huang will slap you to death. The Crimson Dragon gritted its teeth in anger. The other party was really asking for a beating. Zhang Wuhen snorted coldly and did not say anything. The next moment, his body shone brightly. Then, a golden armor appeared and covered his body. The golden armor was too valiant. It shone brightly and shot into the sky. Not only that, but mysterious patterns floated on it, emitting a terrifying aura. F***CK. An invincible armor. Damn it, this guy actually has such a thing. As soon as the golden armor appeared, the Crimson Dragon immediately screamed. Its expression became extremely ugly. What was an invincible armor? Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed to be related to invincible kings. That's right, it was indeed related to invincible kings. It was the armor worn by invincible kings. He did not expect this guy to have one. It seemed that the other party was indeed well prepared. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It was just an invincible king. Compared to a sage, it was slightly weaker. He should not be able to block it. No, not necessarily. Don't underestimate an invincible king's armor. It was a complete armor, and it even had the consciousness of an invincible king. It was very terrifying. Although our sage's handbone is strong, we don't dare to open all the seals. In the past, with the Black Earth, we could unlock all the seals. Even if that guy had an invincible armor, he wouldn't be able to stop us. But now was not the time. Let's wait and see. Lin Xian and the dark mystical dragon discussed quickly. Then the two of them stared ahead. Ahead of them, Zhan Wuhan put on an invincible battle suit, and his body shone brightly. The ancient saint's aura immediately weakened, significantly. As for the rest, he could rely on his own strength to resist them. In the next moment, he moved his feet and walked forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He slowly approached the saint's handbone. At the same time, he stretched out a palm. Above his 5 fingers, 5 balls of energy rapidly rotated, representing the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. It was the 5 elements seal from before. From the looks of it, Zhan Wuhan wanted to seal the saint's handbone and take it for himself. Open. But halfway through he stopped. That was because Lin Xian tore open another seal. Instantly, the aura of a saint surged out. Once this aura appeared, the people in the distance vomited blood again. Zhan Wuhan had no choice but to stop. In the next moment, the energy in his body surged into the invincible battle suit, forming a bright light that enveloped him. Buzz! Zhan Wuhan stretched out a palm and grabbed forward. The 5 elements seal moved together. The light between heaven and earth trembled. The void instantly shattered, and the saint's handbone was completely enveloped. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's hearts were in their throats. However, the saint's handbone was a saint's treasure after all. Sensing the danger of being sealed, it immediately counterattacked. A golden light shot out, piercing the 9 heavens. Boom! The 5 elements seal was instantly shattered. Zhan Wuhan also retracted his palm. Blood flowed out of his palm. How terrifying! It can't be a saint's bone. A ray of light pierced through my palm. Zhan Wuhan looked at his palm and muttered to himself. However, the light in his eyes became even brighter. He had to get his hands on this peerless treasure. Humph! You want to snatch the saint's handbone? Dream on. The Crimson Dragon sneered disdainfully. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're wearing the invincible battle suit? Do you think you're too weak in front of a saint? Is that so? Zhan Wuhan was not angry. Instead, he smiled. Do you think you're the only ones who have a saint's treasure? What? Hearing that, the Crimson Dragon was stunned. Lin Xian also frowned. What did he mean? Did he also have a saint's treasure? In the distance, the people in the crowd exclaimed, "What do a bunch of ants know? Today I'll show you." Zhan Wuhan snorted coldly. He waved his sleeve and took out an ancient mirror. The mirror was octagonal and green. As soon as it appeared, it floated in the sky and shone down tens of thousands of rays of light. The aura on it was extremely terrifying. It carried a saint's aura. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. The people in the distance immediately knelt on the ground. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's eyelids were also twitching. A complete treasure. Heavens, could it be a saint's weapon? If that was the case, there was no need to fight. No, it was not a saint's weapon. The Crimson Dragon realized that the mirror had been modified. Kid, did you notice? Only the centermost piece is a saint's weapon. The rest of the places were added later. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He had indeed noticed it. Of the 8 ancient green mirrors, only the centermost piece was dark green. It looked very ancient and desolate. It was completely different from the other parts of the mirror. Needless to say, that was a fragment of a saint's weapon. That fragment was only the size of a fingernail. It was even smaller than his saint's drum. After hearing that, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was only a fragment. As long as it was not a complete saint's weapon, it would not be a fatal blow to them. However, Zhang Wuhen snorted coldly. What do you know? Although it's only a fragment, it was still refined by a supreme powerhouse of the battle tribe. Moreover, it formed a new treasure. Its power is definitely above your saint's drumbone. Just you wait, I'll let you see its power very soon. Zhang Wuhen snorted coldly. Buzz! He raised his hand and shot out countless rays of light into the ancient bronze mirror in front of him. Immediately, the ancient bronze mirror spun rapidly. The green light was like flowing water, sprinkling all over the world. A vast aura surged, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. The people in the distance could no longer hold on. Many of them had fainted. Only a few of the older generation were still bitterly holding on. There were still hundreds of thousands of miles between them. If they were nearby, they would probably be crushed into a bloody mist in an instant. Chapter 2358. Zhang Wuhen had a solemn expression on his face. He was wearing the invincible king armor, which allowed him to use the 6 directions ancient mirror. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Monkey King were safe for the time being. That was because the sage's arm bone had blocked off the terrifying pressure. However, they still did not know what would happen next. Kid, you can't use the sage's arm bone at all. You can only passively tear apart its power. That way, you will also suffer immeasurable pain. Therefore, in front of me, you have no power to resist at all. Now go to hell for me. Zhang Wuhen's cold voice rang out. The 6 directions ancient mirror above his head shone even brighter. It was like a green moon spinning in the sky. However, Lin Xian snorted. Little White, use your ultimate move. The little white monkey did not enter the black earth. Instead, it took down the small bowl on Lin Xian's shoulder. Wu Ji, the treasure bowl shone brightly, forming a mysterious force that seemed to want to snatch the 6 directions ancient mirror. Of course, he could not really snatch it. After all, it was a fragment of a sage. However, he still affected the 6 directions ancient mirror. Wang! In the sky, the green mirror trembled. A ray of light shot down, piercing through the void and almost injuring Zhang Wuhen. Zhang Wuhen's face turned ugly. Damn it, what's going on? The other party could actually interfere with his 6 directions ancient mirror. He could not believe it. The dark red divine dragon had a smug look on its face when it saw this. Aren't the war tribes experts powerful? What's wrong? You can't even control your own treasure? You'd better hold it tight. Don't get pierced and killed by your own family's treasure. That would be a huge joke. Damn it, I'm going to kill you guys. Hearing this, Zhang Wuhen's face darkened. His murderous aura surged. Boom, boom, boom. The 6 directions ancient mirror shot out a ray of light that turned into an eternal light. It shot forward, wanting to pierce through Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Wang! Lin Xian quickly controlled the sage's arm bone to resist it. One was the sage's arm bone, while the other was the sage's weapon fragment. When the two collided, terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. Boom! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon retreated, and the black earth in front of them also retreated. On the other side, Zhang Wuhen also retreated. Although he was protected by the invincible battle armor, he did not dare to resist the pressure of a saint. Boom! Boom! Terrifying cracks appeared in the sky, one after another. They were tens of thousands of meters long and were extremely terrifying. Countless bolts of lightning struck down from the crack, piercing through the earth. Tens of thousands of meters away, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were using the black soil to protect their bodies. There were countless arrays around them. The two of them looked ahead with pale faces. No, the most he could do now was to fight back. However, the other party probably wouldn't dare to resist this energy head-on. "We are not in danger yet," the Crimson Dragon said quickly. But in the next moment, he frowned because Zhang Wuhen had charged over again. "Damn it, what's going on?" The Crimson Dragon screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. How could the other party pass through such a terrifying energy shield? But soon he understood. The 6 directions ancient mirror in the other party's hand had disappeared. The other party was charging over alone. Damn it! He had used the 6 directions ancient mirror to block the saint's hand bone. That's right, that was what Zhang Wuhen had done. He had directly abandoned the 6 directions ancient mirror and let the 2 saints' items confront each other in the sky. He was wearing the invincible battle armor and charging over. Even without the saint's weapon, he was confident that he could kill the other party. "Go to hell, brat." Zhang Wuhen's large hand slapped down. The palm was too terrifying. It carried with it a sky full of lightning that flashed like a sea of lightning. It directly enveloped Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Clang! Lin Xian grabbed the black earth and used it to block the attack. Countless bolts of lightning struck the black earth, causing it to vibrate violently. Then Lin Xian and the others were forced to retreat. This force was too strong. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and spat out flames. Lin Xian also roared angrily. He grabbed the ancient sword again and charged forward. The little white monkey at the side also appeared from time to time, ready to attack at any time. But this time, Zhang Wuhen had his previous experience. His body was constantly filled with a golden light that blocked everything. Although Whitey was fast, it could not get close to him now. Pung pung pung. After dozens of moves, Lin Xian vomited blood and was sent flying. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also tumbling in the sky. Both of them were injured. It could not be helped. Zhang Wuhen was too strong. More importantly, he was wearing an invincible battle armor. The invincible battle armor's defense was terrifying. It was comparable to a heaven-grade weapon. This kind of defense was already innately invincible. "Humph, you 2 ants dare to attack me?" Zhang Wuhen looked ahead and sneered. He slapped out 2 lightning palms again, sending the 2 of them flying. "Damn it!" Lin Xian roared angrily. The dragon-shaped sword appeared again. He grabbed it and slashed forward. Buzz! The strength that he had recovered was instantly sucked away. Boom! The terrifying sword light was like a flying dragon. It struck Zhang Wuhen's body with a deafening sound. Zhang Wuhen was sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood, although he was wearing the invincible battle armor and was not cut open. However, the terrifying power passed through the armor and struck his body, causing his insides to continue to churn. What was that sword energy? After flying for a few thousand meters, Zhang Wuhen stopped. His face was extremely gloomy. His opponent was able to penetrate the invincible battle armor and injure him. He did not dare to believe it. What shocked him even more was that it was not caused by his opponent's sword, but a blurry sword shadow. What was that? His eyes were like lightning as he stared at the sword shadow. However, at that moment, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Then, lightning fell from the sky. Damn it, did it really think that Ben Huang was easy to bully? The Crimson Dragon controlled the terrifying lightning and struck down. The 5-colored lightning was like a heavenly tribulation. It pierced through the void and sent Zhang Wuhen flying again. Zhang Wuhen's body was pitch black. His hair was standing on end. His face was also charred. His eyes were extremely ferocious. Damn it, what was going on? This snake was actually able to injure him? Zhang Wuhen flew out of the crack in the ground and returned to the sky. He looked at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Good, good, good. The 2 of you have completely infuriated me. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Clang! Seal of the fearless lion. Zhan Wuhin formed a seal with his palms and struck forward. Buzz! The golden light on his body shot into the sky. He turned into a golden lion and charged forward. Boom! The crimson dragon swung its tail and hit the golden lion. At the same time, Lin Xian formed a seal and used the seal of the fearless lion. Chapter 2359. Seal of the fearless lion. Heavens! How could he withstand the seal of the fearless lion? The surrounding people were shocked. Wasn't that the battle tribe's mystique? How could he do it? Even Zhan Wuhin's pupils constricted, and he was stunned. Boom! 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 Two huge golden lions collided in the sky, tearing the void apart. But soon, the golden lion that Lin Xian had unleashed dimmed and was torn apart. Because Zhan Wuhin was simply too powerful, and now that Lin Xian was injured, his strength was only half of what it was before. Hence, there was no way he could fight back. Pum! Lin Xian was sent flying once again, coughing up blood. The crimson dragon flew out and fought with Zhan Wuhin. The two exchanged more than 10 moves, and the crimson dragon flew back as well, gritting its teeth in pain. Damn, this guy is too strong, isn't he? It couldn't be helped. Although Zhan Wuhin didn't have the sage artifact fragment, he was wearing the invincible battle armor. The two of them couldn't break through his defense. Humph! The two of you are no match for me. Zhan Wuhin sneered. Although he was suspicious of how Zhan Wuhin could use the seal of the fearless lion, he thought that once he captured Zhan Wuhin, he would be able to find out all his secrets. Whoa! He stretched out a huge palm and grabbed at Zhan Wuhin. The huge palm flashed, and with shocking power, it enveloped Lin Xian. Whoa! Floating light. Soul ignition. At this critical moment, Lin Xian quickly dodged, and at the same time he used the 2 killer moves of the heavenly secret god eyes. This time, he spared no effort in unleashing it, because right now his strongest attack was his soul force. Whoa! Whoa! The light on Zhan Wuhin's body fluctuated. Obviously, the 2 killer moves had triggered his soul defense artifact. Instantly, ripples appeared. The surrounding space was also strangely distorted. Zhan Wuhin snorted and increased his defense. However, in the next moment he groaned, because he felt as if his soul was about to split open. It was as if a sharp sword had pierced his soul. Damn it! Zhan Wuhin roared. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. His head seemed to have split open. He held his head with both hands and roared nonstop. Boom! Boom! Terrifying cracks appeared in the void one after another, and the huge palm of light in the sky also disappeared. Traceless war was in a state of madness. On the other side, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon took this opportunity to quickly retreat. Not only that, but the two of them also launched an attack. Wang! Lin Xian once again summoned the great dragon Sword Soul. The dragon-shaped sword shadow floated in the air, and he grabbed it. He gritted his teeth and roared. He quickly slashed out a dragon-shaped sword energy that danced in the air and viciously struck forward. Clang! The Crimson Dragon's 300-meter-long body was also constantly moving. The scales on its body flew off, forming a red long blade that slashed down from the sky. The saber and the sword were extremely sharp as they enveloped Zhan Wuhin. Boom! An intense collision sounded. The invincible armor exploded with golden light, covering the entire sky. The violent explosion of energy was like a mountain torrent. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were sent flying by the energy. The two of them kept retreating, but their eyes were incomparably bright as they stared straight ahead. After a long time, the energy in front of them gradually disappeared. A roar came from the void. Zhan Wuhin's hair was disheveled, his face pale, and his body stained with blood. The invincible armor was also a little dim, but it did not crack. Even so, Zhan Wuhin was still affected. His internal organs were injured, and even a few of his ribs were broken. Zhan Wuhen could not accept this. After all, he was wearing the invincible armor. Ordinary almighties could not break his defense at all. But now the man and the dragon had injured him. Damn brat, you will pay a painful price. Zhan Wuhen gritted his teeth, his expression abnormally ferocious. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and charged forward again. His black fist was like the sun, extremely dazzling and shining in the sky. The terrifying light was like an ocean, illuminating tens of thousands of feet. Bam bam! Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were sent flying. The two of them crashed into a few mountains. Humph! Zhan Wuhen charged forward again. In the sky, the burning sky fists kept dancing, erupting with terrifying power. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon gritted their teeth and dodged quickly. Damn it, this is not the way to go. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Xian continued to swallow pills, preparing to recover his strength. But in the next moment, he roared angrily. Damn it! He did not care about his injuries anymore. Instead, he charged forward like a madman. In front of him, Zhan Wuhen had abandoned him and the Crimson Dragon and directly attacked the saint's hand bone. It seemed that he wanted to take it. Lin Xian would not let him succeed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demigods left afterimages in the air as he charged forward. At the same time, he formed seals and frantically tore open the seal on the saint's hand bone. Buzz! Buzz! The saint's aura appeared again, sweeping across the sky and forming a golden storm. The surrounding space trembled violently. Lin Xian was instantly sent flying. On the other side, Zhan Wuhen was also vomiting blood. His face was pale. As for the martial artists in the distance, they were affected by the golden light. Then, their eyes widened and they exploded into a bloody mist. Brat! The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and caught Lin Xian. At the same time, it dripped a few drops of dragon blood on him. It's fine. I won't die. Lin Xian gritted his teeth. Then he asked, that guy didn't succeed, right? Don't worry, he didn't. That guy was also sent flying. The Crimson Dragon hurriedly said. That's good. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After absorbing a few drops of dragon blood, he recovered a little. Crack! He stood up and looked forward. On the other side, Zhan Wuhen was roaring crazily. His injuries had worsened. After all, he was affected by the saint's energy. Even with the invincible armor, he could not survive. But this time he did not give up. He took out a golden pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. Then he strode forward. This time, he must take the saint's hand bone for himself. It's not that easy to get the saint's hand bone. At most, we'll all die together. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with madness. He tore open the saint's seal again without any regard for his life. He and the Crimson Dragon blocked the saint's energy with the black earth. On the other side, Zhan Wuhen held the 6 harmonies mirror and resisted. Boom, boom, boom. Zhan Wuhen retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were sent flying, vomiting blood again. Seeing this, Zhan Wuhen sneered. Brat, we're both injured, but you can't outlast me. I have the invincible armor. What do you have? In a few more times, I won't even need to do anything. You'll be killed by the saint's aura. Ha ha! The saint's hand bone and all the treasures on you are mine. Chapter 2360. Is that so? You can try. Lin Xian's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, he held the ancient sword and slashed at the sage's hand bone. Damned brat, how dare you! Seeing this, Zhan Wuhen's expression changed again. He controlled the 6 directions ancient mirror and unleashed a sky full of light that enveloped him. At the same time, he frantically retreated. He had no choice. The collision of auras and slashing at it were 2 completely different things. Although the previous impact was fierce, Zhan Wuhen was able to withstand it with the invincible armor and the 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand. However, it was different now. When the sword slashed at the sage's hand bone, it completely activated the power of the sage's hand bone. Even if he had the invincible armor, it would not work. After all, he was not a true invincible king. However, he could not care less now. The energy in his body surged out crazily and poured into the invincible armor and the ancient mirror in his hand. At this moment, he even activated the power of his bloodline. As soon as he moved, a violent energy surged over. It hit him. Boom! 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 The invincible armor shone brightly, forming a terrifying defense. The 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand also released tens of thousands of auras. Boom! Boom! The collision of the two was earth-shattering. However, Zhang Wuhan was still instantly engulfed. On the other side, Lin Xian was also affected. The great dragon, sword soul in his body, surged out and enveloped him. At the same time, the black earth blocked in front of him. It kept expanding until it turned into a black mountain. Crack! Crack! The crimson dragon used a secret technique, and the dragon blood in his body surged. In a flash, he came to Lin Xian's side and unleashed a sky full of arrays to resist the terrifying aura in front of him. In the next moment, he was also engulfed by the sage's light. The sage's light was too terrifying. It spread out in all directions. 100,000 miles, 200,000 miles, 500,000 miles. It was completely enveloped. Within a radius of 500,000 miles, the world changed drastically. Mountains and rivers collapsed in an instant. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the earth were formed. A terrifying explosion rang out, and shockwaves filled the sky, spreading out in all directions. Everyone within a radius of 1,000,000 miles sensed it. They all looked up in horror when they saw the resplendent light in the distance, as well as the terrifying aura emitting from it. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. In the nearby cities, the top experts all rose into the air. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, who was fighting? What a terrifying aura! Some of the older generation figures also walked out one after another. Even the living fossil old men could no longer remain calm. At this moment, everyone was paying close attention. However, no one dared to step forward. That was because the aura in front of them made them tremble even though they were millions of miles away. Who dared to go to the front? They only dared to watch the battle from afar. After a long time, the terrifying light gradually disappeared, and the surrounding energy receded like a tide. The crack in the sky also gradually recovered. However, the fissures on the ground could not be mended. The ground was overturned, and fissures spanning hundreds of thousands of miles appeared, forming a grand canyon. Cough, cough. Amidst the ruins, a coughing sound rang out. Then a figure stood up with difficulty. He staggered, took 2 steps, and fell to the ground again. He was Zhang Wuhan. At this moment, the light of the invincible armor on Zhang Wuhan's body was very dim. Many of the bones in his body were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. At this moment, his face was pale, and he kept vomiting blood. The 6 direction ancient mirror floated beside him. Fortunately, the mirror had blocked the most terrifying impact and saved his life. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Damn it, damn it! Zhang Wuhan took out a pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. He gritted his teeth. He did not expect that something like this would happen when he was trying to capture a brat. He almost lost his life. Even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. It would probably take a lot of effort to fully recover. His expression was gloomy, but fortunately he survived. Thinking about it, that kid and that snake should have been killed, right? After all, the 2 of them did not have the invincible armor, nor did they have the defense of a sage's weapon. He had to recover some of his strength before thinking of a way to find the brat's corpse. The other party must have countless secrets, especially the sword, the black earth, and the sage's hand bone in the sky. He had to get them all. Although he was seriously injured this time, those treasures were enough to drive him crazy. That was because he could tell that Those treasures would cause everyone to go crazy if they were taken out. It was a great fortune for him to be able to obtain them all. Clang! He sat down cross-legged and wanted to recover. However, not long after, he frowned. That was because he sensed an aura fluctuation in the distance. Sure enough, in the next moment, he looked over and saw a few huge rocks being pushed away from the ruins in the distance. Then a red light rushed up. Ouch, it hurts so much, Ben Huang thought. The crimson dragon grimaced and kept complaining. At that moment, he was also dispirited and his head was drooping. There were many cracks on his body, and he grimaced in pain. Cough, cough. Beside him, Lin Xian also stretched out a hand and pushed away the rocks on his body. At the same time, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were more serious, but fortunately he had the great dragon sword soul to protect his body and block the pressure of the sage. Damn it, he's not dead. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhen's face immediately darkened. He did not expect the 2 of them to survive. This really surprised him. How did they survive? He was too shocked. One had to know that he could survive because he was wearing the invincible armor and had the 6 directions ancient mirror. As for the other party, their black earth had been sealed, and the sage's hand bone did not help them. Apart from an ancient sword, there was probably nothing else in it. But how did they survive? Damn it! What exactly is that sword's shadow on them? Zhang Wuhen's face was extremely gloomy. He still did not suspect that it was the great dragon sword soul. After all, he did not think in that direction at all. Previously, the Golden Lion King had discovered it because Lin Xian had directly simulated many of the war tribe's great mystiques, which made the Golden Lion King suspicious. In the previous battle with Zhang Wuhen, the 2 of them had directly used their trump cards, so Zhang Wuhen still did not know. Damn it, they're not dead. So what? I can kill them with my own hands. Zhang Wuhen gritted his teeth and crazily swallowed pills again. As an elite of the war tribe, he had a lot of resources in his hands. At this moment, he wanted to recover as soon as possible and kill the other party with his own hands. Damn it, that guy is not dead. The Crimson Dragon looked around and immediately discovered Zhang Wuhen. It immediately screamed. Lin Xian's face also darkened. This was not good news. Damn it, he's swallowing pills. Damn it, should I attack now? The Crimson Dragon swung its tail and wanted to fly over. Chapter 2361. Damn it, he's swallowing pills. Damn it, should we attack now? The Crimson Dragon waved its tail, wanting to fly over. However, before it could fly, it fell to the ground with a thud. Damn it! Ben Huang's injuries are too severe. Wooji wooji. The little white monkey also lowered its head and lay on Lin Xian's shoulder, unwilling to move. Forget it, let's recover first. Lin Xian took out the remaining pills and swallowed them. Now that the black earth had been sealed, he didn't have many pills and treasures left in his possession. Most of them were inside the black earth. He could not take them now. He could only use the longevity incantation to swallow the remaining pills and absorb the surrounding spirit chi. However, his injuries were too severe. Moreover, Zhang Wuhen also had the magical pills of the battle tribe. Therefore, before long, Zhang Wuhen stood up, pulled out a long golden saber and walked over. Although he walked unsteadily, the killing intent on his body became more and more intense. Boom! However, after taking 2 steps, an explosion came from the sky. Immediately after, a ray of light descended from the sky. Damn it, someone's coming. Seeing this, Zhang Wuhen immediately stopped in his tracks. His eyes were cold as he looked in front of him in shock. He gripped the 6 directions ancient mirror in his hand tightly, and the golden armor on his body quickly covered him. What a joke! He was seriously injured now. He might not even be able to defeat a powerful being. If the other party killed him and took his treasures, he would suffer a great loss. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also became nervous. They were in the same state. The ray of light in the sky quickly pressed down. It was also a spirit boat. At this moment, there were few figures standing on it with cold expressions. There were many of them. This scene made Zhan Wuhen and Lin Xian frown. The spirit boat floated in the air. The people on it glanced at Zhan Wuhen, Lin Xian, and the Crimson Dragon. Then they stared at the black earth. Among them, an old man walked out and waved his hand. Immediately, the black earth floated in the air and flew towards their spirit boat. Damn it, what's going on? Could it be that they wanted to snatch the black earth? Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon was enraged, and Lin Xian's face was gloomy. On the other side, Zhan Wuhen also frowned. This was because he had already treated the black earth as a spoils of war. Now, someone actually wanted to interfere. This was something he couldn't tolerate. For a moment, all three of them looked up at the sky. However, the old man in the sky snorted coldly. He actually dared to seal it. He was really courting death. As he spoke, the old man's 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed forward. Instantly, the 5 elements seal was crushed. What? So powerful! Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon, Lin Xian, and Zhan Wuhen were shocked. They didn't act rashly because the other party was able to break the 5 elements seal with a single grab. This was indeed beyond their expectations, especially the Crimson Dragon and Zhan Wuhen. Their expressions were even uglier. Both of them knew very well how terrifying the 5 element seal was. Who exactly was the other party? After the 5 element seal was broken, the Black Earth's voice sounded. "Kid, are you all right?" At the same time, a figure flew out. Naturally, it was Xia Xingqian. However, when the old man saw Xia Xingqian, he was also excited. "Little grandaunt, I finally found you. And why are you here?" Xia Xingqian looked at the old man and the people on the spirit boat behind him and said casually, "Don't worry." Her big eyes narrowed into crescents. Damn it, they actually know each other. Seeing this, Zhan Wuhen's face darkened and he took a few steps back. On the other hand, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. They could tell that these people were here to look for Xia Xingqian. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on their faces. "That's great. Little grandaunt, where did you run off to?" The old man asked worriedly. A few young men also walked out of the spirit boat behind them. They stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon and said coldly, "Is it these 2 kids? How dare you capture our miss? You're dead meat." With that said, their bodies emitted a biting, cold, killing intent. "No, it's not them." Xia Xingqian said, "Stop it, it's not them. I was captured by a few big bad guys and Big Brother Lin saved me." "That kid saved you? Then how did you get sealed?" The few of them frowned. This was because the spirit boat from before had a powerful seal placed on it. Ordinary almighties wouldn't be able to open it. It was all because of that bad guy. Xia Xingqian pointed at Zhan Wuhen. This guy was a big bad guy. He was the one who sealed the spirit boat. Hearing this, the old man and the few young men behind him shifted their gazes from Lin Xian to Zhan Wuhen. Soon, their pupils constricted. The invincible armor. The few young men's eyes burned with passion, but the old man frowned. "Who are you?" "Humph." Zhan Wuhen snorted. An invincible armor on his body shone brightly. At the same time, the 6 harmonies mirror floated above his head, emitting a sage's aura. Feeling this aura, the few young men and the old man frowned. "Damn it! Hurry up and protect Miss." They shielded Xia Xingqian behind them. However, at this moment, another figure walked out of the spirit boat. It was an old man with a head full of white hair and a white beard. He was leaning on a walking stick. He didn't have any terrifying aura, just like an ordinary grandpa next door. However, the moment he came out, the pressure of the sage's aura disappeared instantly. "Grandpa, you're here too." Seeing this old man, Xia Xingqian flew over happily. "You little girl, you always make people worry about you." The old man rubbed Xia Xingqian's head dotingly. Then he waved his sleeve and countless runes appeared, completely sealing the sage's handbone that was still floating in the air. "What?" Seeing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were shocked. As for Zhang Wuhan, his pupils constricted. Heavens, who is this person? He sealed the sage's hand bone with a raise of his hand. Needless to say, the other party must have surpassed the Almighty. It was very likely that he was an invincible king. Thinking of this, Zhang Wuhan tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. However, the old man looked at him and said calmly, "People of the war tribe, you finally can't hold it in anymore, and want to come out? You know my identity." Zhang Wuhan's eyelids twitched, because this old man in front of him was too mysterious. However, in the next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you know my identity, there are some things that you shouldn't care about. You can take your granddaughter away. I won't care about you. However, this kid has to stay. He killed a peerless genius of the war tribe. I won't let him go." Killed a peerless genius of the war tribe? Hearing this, the few young men were also shocked. Then they looked at Lin Xian again. Chapter 2362. Previously, when they looked around, the other party's aura was very weak, and he was covered in blood. They didn't think that he was very strong. But now, after hearing what he said, they knew that they had underestimated him. The war tribe was a legendary powerful race that lived to fight. The prodigies of the war tribe were definitely terrifying, but he was killed by the other party. It was shocking. Moreover, it seemed that the sage's hand bone above his head was probably his. It was indeed shocking that a young man had a sage's item. Humph! Sensing Zhang Wuhan's killing intent, Lin Xian snorted and waved his hand to recall the sage's hand bone. Then he said, "You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability." At this moment, the old man with the walking stick also spoke. "All right, little guy, you should go back," the old man said to Zhang Wuhan. Hearing this, Zhang Wuhan snorted, and a look of displeasure appeared in his eyes. The other party called him a little guy. Although he looked young, his actual age was more than 1,000 years old. How could someone like him be a little guy? However, in the next moment, Zhang Wuhan was stunned, and his eyes were filled with shock. That was because the old man continued, "Zhang Lingtian is still alive, right? Send him my regards." "Senior, you are?" Zhang Wuhan was too shocked, or even terrified, because Zhang Lingtian was one of the ancestors of the war tribe. Furthermore, this name was not something that just anyone could know. Apart from the internal members of the war tribe, very few people outside knew about it. However, the person in front of him actually knew about it, and there was even a hint of mockery in his tone. This shocked him greatly. What was going on? Could it be that the old man in front of him knew their ancestor? Zhang Wuhan didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Coupled with the fact that the other party had sealed the sage's hand bone in one move, he was certain that the old man had no idea what was going on. The old man in front of him must be an extremely terrifying person. "Since Senior has spoken, I'll spare him this time," Zhang Wuhan said in a deep voice. He knew that he couldn't succeed this time. Not to mention the old man, the people around him were also very powerful. If they really fought, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of them. After saying that, Zhang Wuhan looked at Lin Xian again. "Kid, you're lucky this time. I'll spare your life." However, the next time they met, they wouldn't be so lucky. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly. "Don't worry, you don't have to hold back, because the next time we meet, I will personally kill you." Acting recklessly, Zhang Wuhan's eyes were cold. However, he quickly turned around and left. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back, and Scarlet's war disappeared. Damn it, that guy finally left. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the other party leave. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he quickly looked towards the elder. "Thank you, Senior, for your help. I am extremely grateful. Little girl, I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, my granddaughter would have suffered even more." "That's right, Big Brother Lin. Thank you so much this time. Kid, why don't we leave? This old man is too scary. My hair stands on end just by standing here." Next to him, the Crimson Dragon felt uncomfortable. That was because, although the old man had a benevolent appearance and did not emit any aura, he felt that his secret was completely exposed before the old man's eyes. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. Not only the Crimson Dragon, but Lin Xian also felt the same. Although the old man's gaze was gentle, it was boundless. It was as if he could see through her body. He had never encountered such a thing before. Without a doubt, the old man must be a super expert. Senior, I still have some things to do. Lin Xian decided to leave. However, Xia Xingqian was reluctant. Big brother Lin, don't go. Look, you're injured. You haven't recovered yet. What if that big bad guy is hiding nearby? I'm afraid you'll be in danger then. How about this? You come back with me, and I'll treat you well. There's no need. Lin Xian shook his head. Go back to where? Peach Blossom Island. That's above the East Sea, even further than Eastern Wilderness. He still had things to do in Zhong State. Little girl, don't worry, we have some manners in Zhong State. You can rest there. The old man seemed to have seen through Lin Xian's thoughts, so he said with a smile. Lin Xian's face was a little pale. The feeling of being seen through was really terrible. The old man's smile deepened. He stared at Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon and nodded slightly. He seemed to be very satisfied. Kid, don't be unappreciative. It's your fortune to be chosen by our master. The few young men at the side said coldly. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. What kind of joke is this? This kid actually wants to refuse? Doesn't he know who his master is? To be honest, Lin Xian really didn't know. Humph, you guys, don't be rude to big brother Lin. Xia Xingqian snorted. The few young men quickly responded. Yes, miss, we were wrong. The old man in front smiled. My name is Xia Jiyo. You can call me Elder Xia or Grandpa Xia like Xingqian. Hearing this, the old man and the few young men's eyelids twitched. What's going on? Why is our master acting like this? Heavens! Who is this young man in front of us? How can he be so valued by our master? Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Then I'll call you Elder Xia. At the side, the Crimson Dragon was also very shocked. Xia Jiyo, where have I heard this name before? He was very confused because he felt like he had heard this name before, but he couldn't remember it at the moment. All right then, I'll disturb you. Lin Xian also felt that it wasn't good to delay, so he decided to leave with them. After all, Xia Xingqian was right. Who knew if Zhang Wuhen had left? If he was hiding here, then they would really be in danger. Then, the group boarded the spirit boat, turned into a ray of light, and disappeared into the sky. The spirit boat flew at high speed. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and Snow White Little Host stayed in the room. They were all recovering quickly. After all, the previous battle had taken a toll on them, especially Lin Xian, who had suffered serious internal injuries. Even if he had treasures, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. He had no choice. He had used the great dragon sword Soul multiple times, unlocked the 3rd level of the ancient Dragon Abyss sword's power, and even unlocked the seal on the sage's handbone. Every single one of them was a serious blow to his body. If not for his strong martial arts foundation and the fact that he had consumed a lot of treasures, he would have been dead by now. The Crimson Dragon said softly as he swallowed the treasures, Kid, be careful. That old man is too scary. I have a feeling that he saw through our secret. Chapter 2363. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Then he lowered his voice and asked, What realm do you think he has reached? I don't know, but ever since I broke the seal, there have only been 2 people who could give me this feeling. One is him, and the other is that old drunkard who used to be by your side. You mean Lord Alcohol? Lin Xian was shocked. He had seen how mysterious and terrifying Lord Alcohol was. Moreover, Lord Alcohol was the owner of the devouring sword. He could be said to be a peerless expert in the world. Lin Xian didn't expect the Crimson Dragon to have such a high opinion of the old man in front of him. The old man must be a terrifying, peerless expert. But fortunately, what made Lin Xian relax was that the old man hadn't shown any hostility, nor had he coveted their treasures. He didn't even look at the sage's hand bone. But even so, Lin Xian didn't intend to expose the secret of the dragon sword soul and the heavenly secret god eyes. After all, these two things were treasures of heaven and earth. Even an invincible king would be tempted by them, so he would try his best not to expose them. Just as he was thinking, the door opened. Xia Xingqian ran in. "Brother Lin." "Xingqian, why are you here?" Lin Xian smiled and stood up. Xia Xingqian, on the other hand, carried a box and skipped into the room. "Grandpa said that your injuries were too serious, so he asked me to send you some medicine." Then Xia Xingqian opened the box in her arms. The Crimson Dragon was originally a little disdainful because there were many treasures in the black earth. These were all things that they had snatched from the hands of those peerless experts. But when he saw what was in the box, he was dumbfounded and then screamed. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Xian was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon pointed at the thing in the box and said excitedly, "Heavens, this is the supreme, heavenly vitality ointment. This is the 9 Suns soul-refining pill. Damn, these are all good treasures." The Crimson Dragon was shocked because these were all legendary elixirs. "You know these things? Very magical?" Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never heard of these people before. The Crimson Dragon snatched the box and said, "Of course I recognize it. This is the highest heaven essence ointment. No matter how severe your injuries are, it will heal immediately after applying it." And this, the Juyang Spirit Refining Pill, was even more miraculous. Just one pill could heal an internal injury. "Brat, you're so heavily injured now. I reckon that even with the pills in our hands, you'll still need a long time to recover. But now, if you consume these 2, you can instantly return to your peak." "What? So magical?" Lin Xian was also shocked. He didn't expect the ointment Xia Xingqian was hugging to have such a miraculous effect. At the side, Xia Xingqian was amazed. "Wow, Xiaolong, you know so much." "Hee, little Xingqian, you don't have any more of this medicine. Give us some more." The Crimson Dragon walked over and grinned as it ate. Although the amount in the box was enough for them, the Crimson Dragon wanted to collect some. If he suffered any injuries in the future, it would be easier for him to recover. Xia Xingqian pouted and said, "No, Grandpa said that the amount is more than enough for you guys." "Damn, is your grandpa an old monster? How can he calculate everything so accurately?" The Crimson Dragon grumbled. Xia Xingqian said, "Don't talk about my grandpa like that." Fine. I won't say it. The little girl is angry." The Crimson Dragon shrugged and began to apply the ointment. He consumed the Juyang Spirit Refining Pill. Lin Xian also applied the highest heaven essence ointment on his body. Instantly, he felt a cool and refreshing aura hit him in the face. His bones and muscles were instantly healed. How magical! Lin Xian was shocked. At the side, the cracks on the Crimson Dragon's body were also healed. Seeing this magical ointment, Lin Xian consumed the Joyang Spirit Refining Pill again. Instantly, the medicinal liquid turned into a warm energy that circled around his body. "Big Brother Lin, you should rest first. When the spirit boat lands, I'll come and play with you." Xia Xingqian left happily. After closing the door, Lin Xian continued to hover. He circulated the art of longevity in his body and absorbed the medicinal power of the Juyang Spirit Refining Pill with all his might. While Lin Xian was recovering, on the other side, there was a huge uproar in the Nine Li dynasty. When the people in the nearby cities saw the golden light disappear, the terrifying energy also gradually dissipated. These people couldn't help but go to investigate. What they saw scared them out of their wits. The area within a radius of 500,000 miles was destroyed beyond recognition. The ground was covered with corpses, densely packed. Blood gathered into a river and surged in the air, not dissipating for a long time. Heavens! How many experts had died? They didn't know, because the aura of each and every one of those who died shocked them to the core. There were probably quite a number of peerless almighties. There were even more ordinary supreme experts. These people's faces changed drastically. What happened? Why did so many experts die? How terrifying! Someone saw the soaring snake that was split in half on the ground. The 1,000-meter-long corpse fell on the ground. It smashed the ground. What a terrifying demonic aura! This should be the soaring snake. Isn't this the demonic beast of the tongue family? Why is it here? Heavens! Could it be that the martial artists of the tongue family were killed here? These people should be from the city, Lord's mansion of Qianshan City. Someone was shocked. These were all powerhouses of the big families. Exclamations sounded one after another. In the end, someone screamed. The people of the Tai dynasty were also killed here. Their scalps went numb in disbelief. Who was it that killed so many powerhouses? The news spread like a storm. An entire Nine Li dynasty was in an uproar. Teng Jiajin was shocked and couldn't believe it. The city, Lord's mansion of Qianshan City, was even more terrified. The other major clans were all stunned as well. Others didn't know what was going on, but they knew. This time they had the city lord's mansion of Qianshan City, the Tang family, and the Tai dynasty. They had joined forces with the powerhouses of dozens of big families to kill Lin Xian. Previously, they didn't take it to heart at all, because with such a team, no one would be able to escape, let alone a young boy. However, the result was far beyond their expectations. They were all killed. The powerhouses of dozens of families and the powerhouses of the 3 big families were all killed. None of them returned alive. Was this something that a young boy could do? They couldn't believe it. Perhaps even a peerless mighty figure couldn't do it, unless an invincible king made a move. Could it be that there was an invincible king behind that young boy? These people discussed animatedly, not daring to believe it. However, when the news spread to the Tai dynasty, the imperial palace was shocked. Especially the people on the first prince's side. They were stunned and couldn't believe it. What was going on? All the people they sent were killed. Even General Xianying was killed? No. Damn it. This was impossible. The Empress roared angrily, causing everyone to tremble in fear and kneel on the ground. Update 10. Please recommend, subscribe, bookmark, and reward. Chapter 2364. Even General Xianying was killed? No. Damn it. That was impossible. The Empress roared angrily. Everyone trembled in fear and knelt on the ground. These people were indeed afraid because General Xianying was the Empress' younger brother. How could the Empress accept his death? Who did it? Damn it. Who was the one who did it? Just who was standing behind that kid? The Empress roared crazily. To be honest, she did not dare to believe it. The people she had sent out this time were all elite experts. More importantly, the powerhouse of the war tribe, Zhan Wuhan, had also been dispatched. With Zhan Wuhan taking action, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would not be a match for him. But now, General Xianying was killed. The powerhouse of the war tribe, Zhan Wuhan, was nowhere to be found. That made her extremely shocked. Do a thorough investigation. Send out 1,000,000 troops. I must capture that kid and tear him into pieces. The news could not be hidden. The Empress and the first prince were shocked and angry. Meanwhile, there was an uproar elsewhere. Those who supported the first prince had gloomy expressions. The 8th prince, who was the current crown prince, laughed heartily. The princes and elders who supported him were also very surprised. That was because the news was too shocking. They had seen Lin Xian before. He was once the 8th prince. Later on, when he was hunted down, they had secretly helped him. But who would have thought that the other party would make such a big news? Even General Xianying had been killed. Ha 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 ha. I knew that Brother Lin would be fine. The crown prince was very happy. The surrounding elders were also astonished. How did that kid do it? It was definitely not that kid. There must be a mysterious faction behind him. But I heard that the powerhouse of the war tribe, Zhanwuhin, also went there. He could not do anything to the other party. Heavens, could the faction behind him be able to fight against the war tribe? Many people sucked in a cold breath. But no matter what, it was good news for them. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were on a spirit boat, flying quickly. After flying for a few days, the spirit boat slowed down and descended. They had arrived. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others sensed this and stood up as well. Not long after, the spirit boat landed. Lin Xian opened the hatch, and the group walked down. In front of him stood a towering mountain surrounded by clouds. Silver waterfalls hung from the mountain peaks in the distance, as if it was the Milky Way. He was surrounded by grasslands and spirit gardens in the distance. There were even a few spirit springs in the surroundings. Many rare beasts were also roaming around here. This place was simply like a paradise on earth. Big Brother Lin, we are here. This is the place. Xia Xingqian also ran over and tugged on Lin Xian's arm. Next, Lin Xian and the others entered the fairyland ahead. They arrived at Qingxia Peak. The scenery there was beautiful, and there was a large waterfall below his feet. It was like an enormous silver dragon, releasing thunderous sounds. While Xia Xingqian played with Lin Xian, Xia Jiuyou and the others entered the depths of the wonderland. Master, why did you bring him here? The old man behind him was puzzled. Although the little princess was indebted to him, it would have been enough to give him some cultivation techniques or treasures. There was no need to bring him here. We don't even know his identity. If he exits in the future and exposes our location, I'm afraid we will be in trouble. The old servant was very worried. However, Xia Jiuyou slowly turned around after hearing that. You don't know his identity, but I do. Master, could it be that this kid really has some background? After waiting for so many years, he is finally here. Xia Jiuyou's eyes lit up. This old man doesn't have much time left. It's time to make some arrangements. What, Master? Hearing this, the old man immediately panicked. Master, nothing will happen to you. You will definitely succeed. However, Xia Jiuyou shook his head. I know my own situation very well. That young man is incredible. Although he is young, his future is limitless. Is he really that powerful? It seems that he is not as good as those saints and princes. He is not bad. Believe me, it won't be long before he completely surpasses those people. Xia Jiuyou smiled. After all, he possessed the great dragon sword soul. What? The great dragon sword soul? You mean that the great dragon sword soul with the strongest attack is in the hands of that kid? The old servant was shocked and in disbelief. He did not expect that the kid would have such a trump card. That's right, the great dragon sword soul with the strongest attack. Xia Jiuyou smiled and nodded. The old servant was still a little worried. However, even if he has enough talent and opportunities, we still don't know his character. Isn't it a little too rash to take him in so hastily? There is no need to test him. This is someone recommended by an old friend. There is nothing wrong with the person he recommended. Xia Jiuyou said, Furthermore, I am not in a good state now. I am afraid that I can't continue to preside. How about this? I plan to let him take over my position. What? Take over your position? This time, the old servant was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. This news was even more shocking than when he heard about the great dragon sword soul. That was because the old man's identity was terrifying. Not to mention his strength, the matter that he was presiding over was enough to rule the entire Middle State continent. However, the old man wanted to let a kid take over. This was unbelievable. Go and inform the others that I have something to announce. Yes. The old servant quickly left. However, he was extremely shocked because he knew that something extremely big was about to happen. After the old servant left, Xia Jiuyou's eyes shone with a cold light. His eyes were as deep as the universe. Soon, A super teleportation formation appeared under his feet. Runes flickered as he was teleported away. Xia Jiao appeared in the ancient hall. He walked slowly with his walking stick. Hearing the sound of footsteps, everyone in the hall turned their heads. There were 7 people standing in the hall. One of them was the old servant from before. The other 6 were peerless experts. Some of them were old, some were young, and some were middle-aged. However, all of them had an unusually strong aura. They were unbelievably strong. "Take a seat." Xia Jiao walked to the front, sat down, and waved his hand. Phew! Only then did the 6 people dare to sit down. As for the old servant, he stood in front of Xia Jiao with his hands hanging down in a very respectful manner. "I called you here today because I have something to announce." Hearing that there was an announcement to be made, the 6 of them straightened their backs. However, they were stunned in the next moment. Chapter 23:65. I called you all here today because I have something to announce. Hearing that there was something to announce, the 6 of them straightened their bodies. But in the next moment, they were stunned, because Xia Jiao said, "I plan to give up my current position." What? The 6 of them felt as if they were struck by lightning. Their reaction was the same as the old servant from before. Why did Palace Master do this? Yes. Who else can take over your position? The 6 of them were shocked. Because this old man's status was too terrifying. No one could take over. They had already found a good candidate. "Old Hua!" Xia Jiao shouted. The old servant beside him stood up. He waved his sleeve, and runes flickered in the sky, condensing into a young appearance. It was Lin Xian's phantom. Then the old servant said, his name was Lin Xian. He had saved the little princess and was currently resting on Qingxia Peak. What let him take over? The 6 of them looked at the young figure in the sky in shock. What kind of joke was this? Letting a brat take over the position of Palace Master? They didn't dare to believe it. They even felt like they were dreaming. Xia Jiao said, "Why? You don't believe my judgment?" "No." These people hurriedly shook their heads. "It's just that it's too sudden. We can't accept it for a while. Even if we can't accept it, we have to accept it." Xia Jiao's voice became low, carrying a supreme pressure. "From today onwards, this young man will be the palace master of our immortal palace. I won't interfere in immortal palace's matters in the future. I have to prepare for the immemorial war." Immemorial war. Everyone was shocked again. Then the 6 of them raised their heads. The 10,000 ancient races were about to appear. Soon, the nest of 10,000 dragons had been moving more and more frequently recently. They would probably appear soon. When the nest of 10,000 dragons appeared, the other 10,000 ancient races would probably appear as well. At that time, the 5 continents would definitely be filled with flames of war. It was still unknown whether or not the human race could withstand it. Therefore, you must assist that young man well. Yes, we know. The 6 of them stood up and knelt on one knee. Their expressions were very solemn. All right, you may leave. Xia Jiao waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 6 of them quickly left. Old Hua, Xia Jiao said, bring that kid over. Over here, Lin Xian was playing with Xia Jiao on Qingxia Peak. Suddenly, a white cloud descended from the sky and turned into an old servant. Grandpa Hua, why are you here? Xingqian asked curiously. The old servant smiled and said, Master is looking for Lin Gongzi for some matters, so please, Lin Gongzi. Looking for me? Lin Xian was surprised, but he still followed the old servant. Xia Xingqian sighed. Big brother Lin has left. DeLong, Xiaobai, you two can play with me. The little white monkey nodded happily, but the crimson dragon looked depressed. When did it become someone else's pet? Up ahead, the old servant led the way. He and Lin Xian flew into the distance, clouds rising beneath their feet. Senior, why is Elder Xia looking for me? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Lin Gongzi, when you arrive, you will naturally know. The old servant said indifferently. All right then, Lin Xian didn't ask further, but he was still very confused. He didn't know about the conversation between the old servant and Xiajiu. Otherwise, he would have been shocked, because Xiajiu had seen through his dragon sword soul in an instant. This was Lin Xian's biggest secret. The two of them flew and soon landed. However, there was no one around. The old servant led Lin Xian and quickly activated a formation. Seeing the surrounding runes flickering, Lin Xian was shocked. This was because he realized that this was a super teleportation formation. This kind of super teleportation formation could teleport people very far away, even across countries. It seemed that this fairyland-like place wasn't the main residence of Xiajiu. Could it be that they were teleported to Peach Blossom Island? Lin Xian was confused because Xia Xingqian had said that her family lived on Peach Blossom Island, and she came out to play and accidentally came to Zhongzhou. She probably accidentally activated the super teleportation formation and was teleported here. Otherwise, there was no other way to go from Eastern Wilderness to Zhongzhou in such a short time. The light flickered, and when it disappeared again, Lin Xian opened his eyes. His surroundings had changed. There were ancient buildings all around, and there was a majestic palace in front of him that was full of vicissitudes of life. Lin Xian didn't know whether it was Peach Blossom Island or not, but he knew that it was definitely not Qingsha Peak. Lin Xian followed behind the old servant, and the two of them walked towards the palace. Soon, the old servant pushed the door open. "Lin Gongzi, please." Lin Xian nodded and strode in. The old servant followed beside him. When the two of them reached the center of the palace, the old servant said respectfully, "Master, Lin Gongzi is here." You may leave and close the door." "Yes." The old servant left and closed the door. The light in the palace suddenly dimmed, leaving only Lin Xian and Xiajiu. "May I know why Senior is looking for me?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. "How much do you know about Zhongzhou?" Xiajiu asked. Hearing this question, Lin Xian was puzzled. He didn't know what this had to do with looking for him. However, he still thought about it and said, "I don't know much. I only know that the Zhongzhou continent is a continent in the true spirit world. There are 9 great empires here, and they are the overlords of this continent. I'm not from the Zhongzhou continent, so I don't know the details." Hearing this, Xiajiu nodded. Yes, the 9 great empires dominated a region and occupied a large area of the Zhongzhou continent. There were even great emperors in a few of them. But do you know that they aren't the real overlords? Not the real overlords? Then who are they? Lin Xian was surprised. Xiajiu said, "Countless years ago, there were no 9 great empires in the Zhongzhou continent. There was only one country. It wasn't a dynasty, but an immortal dynasty." An immortal dynasty. Lin Xian was shocked. Yes, the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It unified the entire Zhongzhou continent. At that time, it could be said to be extremely powerful. It unified the entire Zhongzhou continent. Lin Xian was too shocked because the Zhongzhou continent was vast and boundless. He didn't know how vast it was. Now, even if these empires were powerful, they only occupied a part of it. Even if the 9 great empires were combined, they wouldn't be able to occupy the entire Zhongzhou continent. But before that, there was actually a country that unified the Zhongzhou continent. How powerful was that country? The Yuhua immortal dynasty, Lin Xian muttered. Then he raised his head and asked, "Then why is this immortal dynasty gone?" "It was destroyed. Even a powerful country couldn't withstand the power of time. The Yuhua immortal dynasty made a shocking decision back then, but after it failed, it fell apart. The ancestors of the 9 great empires were split from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Even many families and forces in the Zhongzhou continent were once members of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. But in the end, they each established their own forces, empires, and countries. But there was still a portion of them that survived in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. However, they were no longer an immortal dynasty, but another name. Chapter 2366. A portion of it remained in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty's name. However, they were no longer called the Immortal Dynasty, but had changed their name. What was it called? Lin Xian asked. Immortal Palace. Xia Juyo said in a deep voice. Because the vast territory was long gone, only a dilapidated palace was left. So it naturally couldn't be called the Immortal Dynasty, but Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace. Lin Xian was surprised. Then he looked in all directions. He always felt that the other party seemed to have something that he didn't say. Regardless of whether it was the Immortal Dynasty or Immortal Palace, it was completely different from the current dynasty. It had the word immortal in it. One had to know that everyone cultivated to become an immortal, but whether there were immortals in the world or not, no one knew. Even the great emperor didn't know. It could be said that whether immortals existed or not was the greatest mystery. But now, someone actually used the word immortal to name a country and a faction. One could imagine how ambitious the other party was. Moreover, what made Lin Xian even more puzzled was why the other party would say such a thing. What did it have to do with him? Suddenly his eyelids twitched. Could it be that the other party was from Immortal Palace? Senior, could it be? You guessed right, I am indeed from Immortal Palace. Moreover, I am the Palace Master of Immortal Palace. Xia Juyo said in a deep voice. After Lin Xian heard this, it was as if a bolt from the blue sky had struck him. What? Immortal Palace's Palace Master. He had guessed that this old man was from Immortal Palace, but he didn't expect that the other party's identity was even more noble than he imagined. Immortal Palace's Palace Master. This was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, not weaker than the emperors of the 9 great dynasties. However, Xia Juyo said that he didn't have to be surprised because soon he wouldn't be the Palace Master of Immortal Palace? Wouldn't be the Palace Master of Immortal Palace? What did that mean? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Because I plan to pass the position of Immortal Palace's Palace Master to you. What? Pass it to me? Lin Xian was dumbfounded, not daring to believe it. What was going on? Immortal Palace had inherited the essence of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Now, the other party actually said that he was going to pass the position Palace Master of Immortal Palace to him? What kind of a joke? Lin Xian couldn't believe it. He even suspected that the other party was joking. Senior, this joke isn't funny. Xia Juyo stood up and said with a smile. Why? Do you think I'm joking? This is the first time I've met Senior, right? Why would Senior give me such an important position? Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't believe it. Just because I saved Xia Xingqian? Lin Xian felt that it was impossible. Even if he had saved Xia Xingqian, if the other party wanted to repay him, he would at most give him some heavenly treasures. But to give him the position of Immortal Palace Hall Master, what was going on? Could it be that there was some kind of conspiracy going on? Lin Xian couldn't understand. But in the next moment, his pupils shrank. He stood there in a daze. Xia Juyo said, because you are very special. You have a boundless future. You have a great dragon sword spirit with unparalleled combat prowess. Wang. Lin Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was too shocked. How did the other party know that he had the great dragon sword soul? Or could it be that the other party had already set their sights on his dragon sword spirit? He didn't know. But at this moment he was extremely nervous. The great dragon sword soul in his body could erupt at any time. Lin Xian even decided to use the black earth at all costs, although he knew that all of this wouldn't be of much use in front of the other party. But he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Don't be nervous. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. Seeing Lin Xian's nervous face, Xia Juyo smiled and sat down again. Actually, from the beginning, I knew that you had the great dragon sword soul. I even knew it before I saw you. What's going on? How did you know that I have the great dragon sword soul without seeing me? What's going on? Could it be that the other party had the ability to predict the unknown? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Xia Juyo smiled and said, "Let me show you this, and you'll understand." Xia Juyo waved his hand, and countless rays of light condensed in the sky, forming a figure. It was a middle-aged man. He stood on a flying sword, his long hair fluttering in the wind. There was stubble on his handsome face, and a wine pot hung on his waist. Lord Alcohol. Seeing this figure, Lin Xian immediately exclaimed, "That's right, this figure was Lord Alcohol." Of course, it wasn't his actual body, but a wisp of spiritual imprint. When Lord Alcohol appeared, he looked down and said with a smile, "Little guy, we meet again. You've grown faster than I imagined. Lord Alcohol, where are you? I miss you so much." Lin Xian's eyes were moist. After all, this was his first master. "I have something important to do now, so we won't be able to meet for the time being. But don't worry, one day we'll meet again," Lord Alcohol said with a smile. Then he turned around and pointed at Xiajiu. "This is an old friend of mine. Trust him. He definitely won't harm you. You've accepted the Immortal Palace and brought it to greater heights. I hope that one day we can fight side by side." This spiritual imprint wasn't long, so it didn't take long for Lord Alcohol's figure to slowly disappear. Lin Xian quickly said, "Don't worry, Lord Alcohol. I'll definitely work hard to improve myself. One day, I'll stand side by side with you and look down on this land." "Ha ha ha, good. I'll wait for you." Lord Alcohol laughed loudly and completely turned into light, disappearing. Up ahead, Xiajiu said again, "How is it, little guy? Now you know that I don't have any ill intentions towards you, right?" It was this junior who was rude. Lin Xian became incomparably respectful towards Xiajiu. This was because he was Lord Jiu's friend. "Old Xia, how did you and Lord Jiu meet? Can you tell me about Lord Alcohol's past? We've known each other for a long time." Xiajiu said slowly. He couldn't remember exactly when they met. "As for his past, I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. Right now, your mission isn't easy. Kid, are you willing to take over the Immortal Palace and become its master?" "I'm willing." Lin Xian took a deep breath. Since Lord Alcohol said so, he naturally had to accept it. Although he didn't know what he would face in the future, he wouldn't be afraid no matter what it was. "Good." Seeing Lin Xian nod in agreement, Xia Juyo heaved a sigh of relief. He stroked his beard and smiled. "Very good. From now on, you're the master of Immortal Palace. Senior, what do I need to do?" Lin Xian asked. "I won't care about the specifics. After all, you'll be the master of Immortal Palace in the future. However, no matter what you do, you can't deviate from the goal of Immortal Palace." At this point, Xia Juyo's gaze became incomparably deep. A supreme aura rose from his body. The existence of Immortal Palace is to restore the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. In fact, the ultimate goal of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty back then was to ascend and become an immortal. Therefore, becoming an immortal is also our goal. Becoming an immortal, restoring the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. This wasn't a simple matter. It could be said that it wasn't as simple as becoming a great emperor. One had to know that the current central continent had long been divided by the 9 great empires. If one wanted to establish a supreme country, it would be tantamount to starting a war with the 9 great empires. Just how much strength and courage did it take to achieve this? Moreover, the other goal was even more shocking. Chapter 2367. Just how much strength and courage did it take to achieve this? Moreover, the other goal was even more shocking. Becoming an immortal. What an elusive thing. Even becoming a great emperor might not be possible. However, since he had already agreed to do it and decided to do it, Lin Xian swore that he would advance towards these goals no matter what. After all, becoming a great emperor was his ultimate goal. Now the two didn't conflict. In fact, becoming the master of Immortal Palace could provide him with great help on his path to becoming a great emperor. After all, Immortal Palace had endless resources for him to enjoy. From now on, he would no longer have to be a rogue cultivator like before. Lin Xian knew how important it was to have a powerful faction as a foundation. Looking at those princes, the Holy Sun knew that it was hundreds of times easier for them to cultivate than him. But now, Lin Xian finally had a powerful faction as a foundation. In addition, with the great dragon sword soul as a foundation, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds in the future. He just had to remember these two goals. Of course, there was another one, and that was to protect the human race. Protect the human race? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What did that mean? If we want to restore the Yuhua immortal dynasty, we will definitely have to contend with the other great factions. Battles with the 9 great dynasties are inevitable. In the future, in order to compete for resources, we will even have to fight with those peerless great sects and peerless holy lands. But these are all battles between the human race. However, the human race isn't the only one on the entire continent. The 10,000 ancient races are incomparably powerful. Although they haven't appeared yet, it doesn't mean that they have disappeared. Now that the nest of 10,000 dragons is about to make a move, once it appears, the other ancient races will probably appear one after another. At that time, they would definitely start a conflict with all the human forces. No matter how we fight, we won't allow other races to rule this land. 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian was shocked. This wasn't the first time he had heard of this name. What made him even more shocked was that the nest of 10,000 dragons was about to make a move. Could it be that it was really going to appear soon? As for the specifics, you can ask the other elders in Immortal Palace in the future. Xia Juyo said. However, Lin Xian still had a doubt. He asked, Elder Xia, if you let me become Immortal Palace's master just like this, will the others be convinced? He indeed had this worry. That was Immortal Palace. There might be countless experts inside, geniuses emerging in large numbers. Letting a brat like him, moreover someone who appeared out of nowhere, become Immortal Palace's lord, those people would definitely not accept this. With me around, they won't be able to rebel, but they definitely won't be too convinced. How to convince them is up to you. This old man can't help you with everything. However, you have to promise me something. Senior, please speak your mind. Junior will definitely do it. This old man has lived for too long, and I don't have much lifespan left. I don't know how long I can last. So, I hope that you can help me take good care of Xingqian. You must not let her come to any harm. Don't worry, Senior. I'll definitely protect Xingqian like a younger sister. You just have to protect her well. But I don't care if she's like my sister. Hearing this, Lin Xian's mouth twitched. What did he mean? Listening to this, the other party seemed to have other intentions. However, Lin Xian already had Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and Zhao Shui. Xia Juyo shook his head. This old man doesn't care about the matters of you youngsters. I'm handing Immortal Palace and Xingqian to you. You can't make any mistakes. Don't worry, old Xia. This kid will do his best. Lin Xian cupped his fists. However, he asked curiously, Senior, where are you going? There are still many things for me to do. The 10,000 ancient races are restless. I have to think of a way to intimidate them. Little guy, quickly grow up. We need you. The great dragon sword's power is far beyond your imagination. Only when you truly grow up can you truly help us. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that today's matter was just the tip of the iceberg. There were probably even bigger matters and secrets that the other party didn't mention. It wasn't that the other party was intentionally hiding things from him, but that he couldn't help with his current strength. Telling him would only add to his worries. When his strength reached that level, he would naturally know those things. This is the Immortal Palace seal, a symbol of status. You have to keep it well and not lose it. Xia Juyo took out a bronze square seal and handed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian received it carefully and then took a deep breath. This Immortal Palace seal was too mysterious. Although it was only a palm-sized bronze square seal, The power it contained made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Next, he gave an order to the entire immortal palace, stating that the position would be passed to Lin Xian. Logically speaking, such a huge matter would definitely have a huge ceremony. However, Xiaojiu didn't want to cause such a huge commotion. After all, the identity of Immortal Palace was a secret to begin with. Moreover, he did have more important things to do. Finally, Xiaojiu stood up and said in a deep voice, "I'll give you another person. He can protect you. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask him." Xing Tian, come out. Wang. At the side of the hall, space cracked open and a figure walked out. It was a tall figure with a youthful face. His true age was unknown. However, he had a heavy aura that made it hard for others to breathe. Xing Tian, he will be the master of Immortal Palace in the future. You have to protect him well. You have to listen to any of his orders. Yes. Xing Tian knelt down on one knee and was very respectful. Then he stood up, looked at Lin Xian and bowed slightly. Young master, there's no need to be so polite. Lin Xian quickly waved his hand and looked at the other party. Xing Tian was a very tall man. His bronze muscles were like a dragon. The power and pressure he gave off wasn't any weaker than Zhang Wuhan's. Needless to say, he was definitely an exceptional expert. With such an exceptional expert protecting him, Lin Xian was very assured. Lin Xian, make your preparations. 3 days later, meet the people of Immortal Palace. I'll give the order now. Xiaojiu said in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Xian left, and Xing Tian also left at the same time. Sure enough, not long after Lin Xian left, Xiaojiu issued an order that spread throughout the entire Immortal Palace. Their Immortal Palace's influence was very wide, covering the entire central state. Not only that, but they also had bases in Eastern Wasteland and Southern Border. Of course, everything was in the dark. Ordinary people didn't even know that there was such a powerful organization like Immortal Palace in this world. However, when the members of Immortal Palace received the news, they were all stunned. What? Immortal Palace's master is giving up his position to a young man? Chapter 2368. What? Immortal Palace Master is giving up his position to a young man? Heavens, did you make a mistake? What's going on? Is Immortal Palace going to change? Everyone was shocked. This was especially true for those elders, who were in an uproar. Many of them shouted angrily, "What right does a kid have to inherit the position of Immortal Palace Master? Moreover, it's a kid of unknown origin. That's right, he wasn't even a member of Immortal Palace. What right does he have?" These people were really angry. Those young geniuses were also very unconvinced. Even if a young man was to be chosen, it should be from them. An outsider, what's the meaning of this? These people were arguing very fiercely. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Xing Tian back to the Green Hornet, Mississippi. When Xing Tian saw Xia Xingchen, he bowed slightly. Xia Xingchen was also surprised. "Brother Xing Tian, why are you here?" "Oh right, Brother Lin. What did Grandpa say to you?" "Your grandpa passed the position of Immortal Palace Master to me." Lin Xian said helplessly. "What? Is this true?" Xia Xingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Her cherry lips formed an O shape. But then she clapped her hands happily. "That's great, Brother Lin. I was still thinking about what to do when you leave. Now that you've become the Immortal Palace Master, you can play with me often." Hearing this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This little girl's thinking is really different from ordinary people. At the side, the Crimson Dragon was also confused. "Kid, what's going on? What Immortal Palace Master?" Thus, Lin Xian gave a simple account of what had happened. When the dark red dragon heard that Lin Xian's Palace Master was the Immortal Palace's Palace Master, it was shocked. When he heard that it was inextricably linked to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, he screamed and jumped up. "What the F asterisk CK? Kid, you've become the Immortal Palace Master?" "You know," Lin Xian asked, The Crimson Dragon swallowed his saliva. Of course. How could he not know such a famous organization? Although it wasn't the real Yuhua immortal dynasty, it was still a huge existence. They weren't any weaker than the peerless holy grounds and peerless great sections. Furthermore, it was extremely mysterious. It could be said that it was comparable to heaven and hell. Brat, now that you've become a palace master, you're going to be rich in the future. Ha 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 ha. Ben Huang will be rich in the future. Crimson Dragon was very excited. With his relationship with Lin Xian, he was definitely going to be rich. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Don't be so happy. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to become a palace master. That's true. The Crimson Dragon stopped jumping around. Then he frowned and said, I'm sure the experts in the organization won't be convinced to hand over such a huge force to you. Kid, what did that old man say? Elder Xia said that other than the two main goals, he wouldn't care about anything else and would leave everything to me. He didn't care? The Crimson Dragon was stupefied. This old man really was bold, truly not scared that a mortal palace would suffer internal strife and split apart. No one dared to split. At this moment, Xing Tian said coldly, All right, no one dared to split. But what if those elders purposely made things difficult for them? That old man wouldn't appear? Lin Xian shook his head. They could only rely on themselves in the future. What the F***CK? How was this supposed to work? The Crimson Dragon felt a headache coming. Although joining a mortal palace would allow them to enjoy endless natural treasures. However, the current situation wasn't too good. The two of them had no foundation. If they joined out of nowhere, even if they became immortal palace masters, those people wouldn't listen to them willingly. If they did something behind their backs, it would be difficult to manage them in the future. Xing Tian, what would happen next? Lin Xian asked. Xing Tian thought for a moment and said, There would be a simple ceremony. Although it wasn't that grand, it was still the handover of the palace master position. Those elders would still come. How many elders would there be? Lin Xian asked. Those that were too far away wouldn't come. After all, they had their own missions. There were probably a few hundred of them nearby. Those young geniuses would probably be even more. In addition to the others, there would probably be a few thousand people. Those who would come were all elites. Ordinary members wouldn't be able to come at all. A few thousand people was already a lot. Lin Xian felt a headache coming. Those people would probably make things difficult for him during the ceremony. However, he wasn't afraid. Anyway, the position of palace master was personally handed to him by Xiajiu. Those old guys wouldn't dare to be too presumptuous. As for the younger generation, he wouldn't be afraid. Since he was going to take over, Lin Xian wouldn't be lenient. He wanted to build an immortal palace that belonged to him. 3 days later, I'm looking forward to it. In the next 2 days, Lin Xian didn't come out. He cultivated silently and adjusted his body to the peak. He knew that there would definitely be people who were unhappy with the handover ceremony. Only by adjusting his combat strength to the peak would he be able to make a move. Fortunately, with the 2 great spiritual liquids, his body had already recovered. Therefore, after 2 days of adjustment, he had completely reached the peak state. The ceremony wasn't held here. It was somewhere else. However, there was a super teleportation array on Qingsha Peak. The group quickly used the super teleportation array and left this place. When Lin Xian and the others came out, they frowned, because they realized that the ceremony wasn't as simple as the legend said. In Lin Xian's opinion, the handover ceremony was probably just an announcement of orders, a sacrifice to heaven and earth, and so on. However, he realized that it was far more complicated than that. In front, there were countless palaces that looked like stars. In front of these palaces, there was a vast plaza. The plaza was filled with people, forming a dense mass of black. Their expressions were solemn and their auras were strong. It was like 100,000 mountains that pressed down in front of them, making it difficult to breathe. The entire void was distorted. These people stood in the east, and there was an ancient altar a meter north of them. It was very large and pitch black like black jade. There were 4 heavenly pillars around the altar that emitted a desolate aura. On these 4 pillars there were carvings of the 4 divine beasts: azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Not only that, the altar was even more desolate, as if it wasn't a dead object, but a living thing. On the ancient altar, countless powerhouses were gathered together. The atmosphere was particularly solemn. Although those powerhouses' auras were solemn, they were quiet and didn't make a sound. Lin Xian and the others came together and felt the solemn atmosphere. They immediately frowned. Xing Tian was also very surprised. He didn't expect the ceremony to be so grand. "Young master, be careful." Xing Tian reminded him softly from behind. The situation was a little unexpected. Hearing that, Lin Xian nodded. However, he wasn't afraid. He knew that these people were probably trying to intimidate him. Chapter 2369. However, ordinary people might be frightened, but he had experienced many life and death situations. Therefore, although the commotion was frightening, it was not enough to scare him. "Let's go." Lin Xian strode forward. Xing Tian was surprised because Lin Xian's performance surprised him. Under normal circumstances, even peerless geniuses, saints, and princes would be worried when they saw such a scene. After all, the people in front were all peerless powerhouses. Moreover, they were coming menacingly. However, the young man in front of him was not afraid at all. He walked forward with large strides. He did not dare to delay, and quickly followed behind. As Lin Xian walked, countless powerhouses in front of him also looked over. Each of them was like a magic lamp that pierced through the void. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, and there were even thunderbolts falling from the sky. That was because these people wanted to see what kind of person could take over the position of Immortal Palace's hallmaster. However, when they saw Lin Xian, they all shook their heads and sighed with disappointment. That was because he was too young. Previously, they thought that he would be at least a few hundred years old, but now it seemed that it was beyond their expectations. These people were all peerless powerhouses. They could see the other party's bones and fate at a glance. He was at most in his 20s. Even if such a person had cultivated since he was in his mother's womb, he would only have been in his 20s. How could he be the hall master of Immortal Palace? They did not believe it at all. A person in his 20s wanted to lead them? What a joke! That's right. Why would the hall master make such a decision? I can't accept it. I can't stand being commanded by a brat in his 20s. These people discussed animatedly, especially the elders. Their faces were gloomy. As for the young geniuses, their faces were also filled with displeasure. His aura was not strong at all. He was not as strong as them. If he can take over, why can't they? That's right, they were not convinced. Let him try it out. Let him know how powerful we are. The younger geniuses were even more unconvinced. Why could he take over, but not them? They decided that they would teach him a lesson later. Quiet down. At that moment, a cold snort sounded, and then everyone quieted down. That was because the voice was too terrifying. 6 figures walked out from the front. The auras of these 6 people condensed together, forming a world that suppressed this area. 6 protectors. These 6 people were the 6 people that Xiajiao had specially summoned. At this moment, an old man among the 6 said, "This is the palace master's decision. Are you going to go against it?" He didn't dare. An elder shook his head. "How could we dare to go against the palace lord's decision? It's just that we're not convinced." "That's right. He's just a young man in his 20s. What ability does this kid have? He dared to control Immortal Palace?" The other person said coldly, "Even if it was an order from the palace master, if this brat could not complete the ceremony, he would not be able to become the palace master." As soon as these words were spoken, Busharan nodded and sneered. Indeed, the position of Immortal Palace Lord wasn't that easy. Lin Xian strode to the front. looked at the countless experts and said in a clear voice, "My name is Lin Xian. I wasn't originally someone from a mortal palace, but after receiving old Xia's favor, he had me take over Immortal Palace. From today onwards, I hope that everyone will work together to achieve Immortal Palace's goal." Lin Xian's voice was loud and clear. His aura was stable, and it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. His voice shocked many people because in such a huge scene, the other party didn't panic at all. This was really surprising. However, there were some elders who sneered in disdain. One of them, Elder Lingshu, snorted coldly. "Brat, it's a little too early to say that. It's not too late to say that after you pass the ceremony." That's right. That's right. Many people were discussing. After hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What? From the other party's words, could it be that there's danger in the ceremony? There's a chance of failure? Brat, do you think the ceremony is so easy to complete? Do you think it's so easy to be the palace lord of Immortal Palace? Let me tell you, even if you're strong and talented, you won't be able to become the palace lord if you don't have the luck. What do you mean? Lin Xian's frown deepened. Xingtian's expression also changed as he said in a deep voice, "Elder Lingshu, the position of palace lord has already been passed to the palace lord. We only need to carry out a simple ceremony." Why do you want to use the ancient ceremony from before? There were two types of ceremonies. The first was a simple ceremony, which meant that the position had been given up. The second was when the position had not been passed down. This kind of ceremony relied on strength, talent, and luck. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would still be the palace lord, but these elders still chose the most dangerous ceremony. It was obvious that they didn't want Lin Xian to be the palace lord. However, Elder Lingshu snorted coldly. "We're just doing things according to the rules. If he can't even pass these 3 stages, what right does he have to be our palace lord? What right does he have to lead us?" That's right, that's right. The remaining elders and young geniuses were also discussing spiritedly. Xing Tian's expression was gloomy. "What? Are you thinking of rebelling?" However, at this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand to stop them. Then he stood out, looked around, and asked coldly, "If I complete the 3 stages of the ceremony, you'll be willing to acknowledge me as the palace lord, right?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The entire place was silent. They didn't expect him to ask this question. What did he want to do? Did he really want to try the 3 stages of the ceremony? "Young lord, you can't. This ancient ceremony is extremely dangerous." Xing Tian, who was behind him, quickly reminded him. However, Lin Xian shook his head. It didn't matter. It seemed that these elders were very concerned about the 3 stages of the ceremony. He was just worried about how to intimidate these people. If this was a simple sacrifice and he was just the new palace master arranged by the old palace master, he was afraid that these people would not be obedient in the future. They might even not care about him. If he completed the 3 stages of the ceremony, he might be able to intimidate them completely. At least he could intimidate most of them. In this way, it would be much more convenient for him to do things in the future. Furthermore, his position as the palace master could be considered to be justified. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to give it a try. "Humph! Who do you think you are? How dare you try the 3 stages of the ceremony?" Many elders and geniuses sneered. Lin Xian asked them in return, "Why, now that I dare to do it, you don't dare to let me participate? Are you afraid of something?" These elders' faces turned red. However, at this moment, Elder Lingshu stood out and sneered. "Good boy, you actually dare to participate in the 3 stages of the ceremony. You're too naive. You have no idea how dangerous it is. However, don't worry. As long as you successfully pass, we'll respect you as the palace lord." Chapter 2370. All right. If I fail, I will leave completely and never return to Immortal Palace. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. "Young master, you can't." Behind him, Xing Tianjiao exclaimed. Lin Xian's words had already been spoken. After the surrounding elders and geniuses heard it, they all laughed out loud. Elder Lingxiu even sneered, because they didn't think that the other party could pass the 3 ancient sacrificial stages. Only the old palace master, Xiajuyo, had participated in this kind of sacrificial ceremony. Countless years ago, the previous palace master of a mortal palace suddenly passed away. There was no new palace master, but the various experts of a mortal palace fought for it. In the end, they had no choice but to use the 3 sacrificial stages. A total of 5 peerless experts and 3 top geniuses participated together. Those people were all extremely terrifying, far beyond the imagination of these people. However, in the end, only Xiajuo passed. The others all failed. There were even 2 who were directly killed. And now, this young brat in front of them, an ordinary powerhouse, actually wanted to take this test? Wasn't this purely courting death? However, Lin Xian was fearless. If he couldn't even do this, how could he be the palace master of a mortal palace? How could he lead this group of experts? Seeing that Lin Xian was determined to pass the 3 stages, Elder Lingxiu sneered. Brat, you are courting death. You can't blame us. 6 guardians, please open it, Elder Lingxiu said to the 6 figures in front of him. The 6 guardians sighed and discussed with each other. Then their figures flickered and appeared around the altar. They formed seals with their palms, striking out mysterious runes and slamming them forward. The black altar bloomed with incomparable light. It shot straight into the sky. Then a huge black waterfall poured down, slowly forming countless steps that led to the sky. The first stage was the stairway to heaven. The black stairway to heaven had a total of 99 levels. Only by reaching the top could one be considered to have passed. Among the 6 guardians, an old man said in a deep voice. At this moment, all of the elders and young geniuses cast their gazes forward. A hint of seriousness appeared in their eyes, because just the aura alone was enough to shock them. They reckoned that even a peerless expert couldn't reach it. Only an extremely terrifying person like the previous palace master would be able to ascend to the 99th floor. One could say that this was the most difficult of the 3 trials. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His gaze flickered as he looked ahead. Then he stepped forward and walked toward the black altar. Young master, Xing Tian exclaimed from behind. The Crimson Dragon said from the side, Kid, be careful. This aura is very strange. Lin Xian strode towards the ancient altar and stepped onto the black altar. The next moment, he walked up the black steps. When he ascended the first step, a shocking light erupted and countless black torrents rushed into the sky. A terrifying black ripple spread out in all directions. Strong winds blew, causing their clothes to flutter. However, these people were all experts. Despite the intensity of the storm, no one dared to move. Their bodies were like javelins as they stood there. Their gazes were fixed in front of them. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Then he took a step forward and walked forward. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure in front of him become heavier. The space around him condensed, trying to crush him. Humph! With this kid's strength, I dare say that he can only reach the 10th floor at most. He won't be able to reach the 10th floor. An elder snorted coldly. However, he soon opened his mouth in disbelief. That was because Lin Xian instantly reached the 10th floor. Damn it! How did he do it? Those people could not believe it. However, someone still said that the pressure would increase after the 10th floor. It would be the same for every 10th floor. With his strength, the 20th floor was the peak. He would probably be seriously injured at the 30th floor. If he continued to force his way up, he would probably be immediately eliminated. Lin Xian silently sensed the 99th floor of the black stairs. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. In the next moment, he did not move. Instead, he stood on the 10th step and turned his head to look down. Today, I let you see if I'm qualified to become the master of a mortal palace. Humph, don't be so arrogant. We'll talk after you go up. Those young prodigies snorted coldly. They were very unhappy that the other party was so arrogant. Those elders' faces were all so gloomy, and none of them said anything. Lin Xian ignored them and turned around. In the next moment, the great dragon's sword soul in his body rumbled, and a dragon's roar sounded. A terrifying dragon shadow rushed out of his body. What is that? Behind him, those elders and prodigies were all stunned. They cried out in surprise. Dragon, it's a dragon. How could there be a dragon in his body? Roar! A loud dragon's roar sounded. The great dragon's sword soul fought against the 99th floor of the black stairs. Buzz! The great dragon's sword soul continued to grow in size, covering the 99th floor. Lin Xian stepped on the divine dragon and quickly walked forward. The black stairs that looked like the stairs of gods and demons were incomparably sacred in the eyes of everyone. However, Lin Xian walked with ease. When he stepped onto the 99th floor and looked down at his surroundings, the elders and prodigies below were all stunned. Their eyes widened and their minds went blank. Damn it, how did he do it? What is that dragon's shadow? Damn it, is that a secret ultimate move that the old temple master gave him? I don't believe it. How could that kid be so powerful? They were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Some of the prodigies even suspected that the ancient altar had existed for too long and was broken. Indeed, they did not believe it. In an instant, a few prodigies rushed over. They also wanted to give it a try. If they could reach the top, it meant that the 3 stages of the test were indeed broken. Bang! 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 However, when they reached the 10th floor, they vomited blood and flew backward. The highest among them reached the 20th floor, but most of the bones in his body were broken. Damn it, that was terrifying. When those people came down, their bodies were covered in blood, and their faces were filled with fear. The people around them were also shocked. The 3 prodigies were injured in an instant. It could be imagined that the ancient altar was not broken. However, the other party easily reached the 99th floor. Moreover, he was unharmed. They were shocked. Could it be that the other party was destined to become the master of the immortal palace? Those people did not know, but they knew that the young man in front of them was definitely incomparably mysterious. Those elders were also silent. Elder Lingshu's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth. Humph, don't be too proud. This is only the first stage. I don't believe that you can pass the 2nd and 3rd stages. The 6 guardians looked at the figure in the clouds, their eyelids twitching. Now, they seemed to understand why the old temple master insisted on passing the position to this young man. The other party's move was simply a miracle. They were completely stunned. The 2nd stage, Zhan Lu and Hui. The 6 guardians said coldly, and their hands changed again. Chapter 2371. The 2nd stage, Zhan Lu and Hui. The 6 guardians said coldly as they changed their hand seals again. Instantly, the 99% black staircase disappeared slowly. Lin Xian also came down from the clouds. He was still standing on the black altar. 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 guardians quickly formed hand seals. The black altar shook, and 6 black holes appeared around it. They spun rapidly and emitted a mysterious aura, as if they were connected to 6 worlds. These 6 black holes instantly enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding elders and prodigies waited patiently. This 2nd stage was very magical. It could make one fall into an illusion and reincarnate 100 times. If one's consciousness wasn't strong enough, they would probably be trapped inside forever. So, the faster one came out, the stronger they were. He set a time limit of 1 incense stick. If the 6 black holes didn't disappear within that time, it meant that he had failed. Just wait and see. This kid will definitely not succeed. That's right. Even such a terrifying figureback then was lost in it. How could this kid succeed? Those elders sneered. Elder Lingshu also snorted coldly as the corners of his mouth curled into an icy smile. But the next moment they were stunned again. Their eyeballs almost popped out. They couldn't help but be shocked, because the 6 black holes on the black altar in front of them had disappeared. Disappeared without a trace. Damn it! What happened? Why did the 6 black holes disappear? The altar couldn't have been broken, right? Impossible. Could it be that he passed? Heavens! I don't believe it. Who could pass in such a short time? His soul probably hasn't entered yet, right? These people discussed animatedly, and even the 6 protectors looked at each other in dismay, because they had never encountered such a strange thing before. To be honest, this was also their first time activating the 3 views of the sacrificial ritual. All the scenes and reactions were based on the ancient records. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any mistakes. But why did the black vortex disappear? The 6 elders were puzzled. They formed hand seals again and formed 6 black holes, enveloping Lin Xian. But not long later, the 6 black holes disappeared again. Lin Xian's figure appeared again. Seeing the scene, these people were even more shocked. Oh no, it must be broken. There was nothing they could do about it. They didn't believe that the other party would be able to break through it in an instant. However, Lin Xian had a helpless look on his face, because he had indeed succeeded. Of course, he had to thank his Tianji divine eyes. When the 6 black holes opened, Lin Xian felt as if 6 worlds were calling out to him. However, at this moment, his heavenly secret god eyes had also opened. The golden light quickly turned into mysterious runes, resisting the 6 mysterious worlds. It made him retreat in an instant. The faster one exited the 2nd stage, the more powerful one was. Lin Xian exited the dungeon almost instantly. It could be said that he had successfully cleared the dungeon. However, this speed was too fast, so much so that it scared these people. Even these people believed that the ancient altar was broken. Damn it, I don't believe it. A few old Zhang clenched their teeth and stepped onto the black altar, ready to give it a try. When the 6 black holes appeared, the eyes of these elders went blank as they were pulled into the 6 worlds. The rest of the people waited patiently. Lin Xian also retreated to the side with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. After half an hour, the 6 black holes still hadn't disappeared. This shocked everyone. Half an hour was the limit. If the black holes didn't disappear after half an hour, it meant that they had failed. This meant that the black altar wasn't broken. The 2nd stage wasn't broken either. However, what was going on with the other party? The 6 guardians made hand seals and removed the black vortex. Those few elders were still in a daze, and they were quickly carried away by people. The other party had successfully cleared the 2nd stage. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that it was unreal. Elder Lingshu gritted his teeth and said, "No, he had to try again. Otherwise, we won't agree." Left with no choice, Lin Xian went up and tried again. However, this time the 6 of them made hand seals, and the 6 black holes didn't appear. Instead, countless runes floated in the air and condensed to form 2 words. Cleared. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Even the ancient black altar had directly cleared the dungeon by default. This kid was too heaven-defying. They had the urge to vomit blood. The corners of the 6 guardian elders' mouths twitched. It seemed like there was no need to test again. The other party should have passed the 2nd stage. Next up was the final stage, which was also the most important stage. That was the immortal commanding constellation. This stage was extremely difficult. What was tested wasn't strength, soul, or talent, but fate. Fate, this thing, was extremely ethereal. No one in this world could say for sure. Probably not even the great emperor could say for sure. However, it truly existed. And what the 3rd stage tested was precisely this ethereal fate. The black altar quickly condensed, forming a pitch-black immortal throne, emitting an ancient aura. It floated in midair. Lin Xian would sit on it. If he had the life to become a mortal palace's lord, he would be safe. If he didn't have the life to become a mortal palace's lord, he would be instantly injured. If it was light, he would be seriously injured and sent flying. If it was heavy, he would be directly squeezed by this power, turning into a bloody mist. It could be said that it was extremely dangerous. Back then, among the few experts who fought with Xiajiao, 2 of them were directly killed. There was no chance at all. Those were outstanding figures, but they were directly killed just like that. One could imagine how dangerous the 3rd stage was. At this moment, even the Crimson Dragon was nervous. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Elder Lingshu sneered below. "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Obediently admit defeat. This way, you can still save your life. Otherwise, you'll probably lose your life. Why bother? Giving up your life for immortal palaces, Lord, isn't worth it for you. I advise you to obediently give up." Not only him, but the other elders and young geniuses also advised him. They looked very friendly, but in fact, they didn't think that Lin Xian could succeed. Lin Xian took a deep breath and ignored these people. Instead, he turned to look at the pitch-black immortal throne in front of him. The 1st stage was the great dragon sword soul. The 2nd stage was the heavenly secret divine eye. What was the 3rd stage? There probably wasn't anything that could help him. Fate, it seemed like he could only take a gamble. Buzz. Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked forward. Soon, he arrived in front of the black immortal throne. Turning around, Lin Xian slowly sat down. At this moment, his heart was in his throat. Needless to say, he was also very nervous. However, he had to do this step. Buzz. Lin Xian sat on the black immortal throne and felt a strange aura enveloping him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Everyone waited for 5 seconds and found that nothing happened. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the illusory fate had acknowledged him.